Hello and good afternoon, everybody. This is Trainer276. Today we're going to continue our wonderful adventures through the lands of Eorzea with a little wolf here. And of course, the world is full. To introduce myself for anybody who's here that does not know me, I'm Trainer276. I am a variety streamer, mostly Final Fantasy XIV and Disgaea 5 at the moment. Currently doing a Monday and Thursday stream schedule. However, tomorrow, Monday the 7th, is going to be a 24-hour maintenance period for Final Fantasy XIV as they upgrade us to the new 5.4 patch. So I figured I would go ahead and stream today, just to get this week's stream out there, get it up online, and then we'll see what the changes are in the 5.4 update come next week. Now the first thing we're going to do is I am going to try to abandon this quest. I'm not sure if I can because I did not get a chance to read through it, and it does not look like I am able to. But Fufalupa reveals that he has found a sealed letter addressed to the Sultan Sworn, and we are going to go and deliver that down at the quicksand. So we need to go over to... Well, let's find out. We can hit the lovely map. We got to go back to... all the way back to Ul'dah. Now, let's see if this is already done. Yeah, we've got that. So we can teleport back out here. So we're going to return back to Ul'dah. We're going to go deliver this letter, and then we're going to come back out here and talk to Fufalupa again, more than likely. Unfortunately, I think I've said in the past, Final Fantasy XIV does have a lot, and I do mean a lot of back and forth in the game. They have tried to reduce a lot of it as much as possible for this early portion of the game, which I am very grateful for, but I think all set in total for main quest names, I think they removed about 20-ish names between the streamlining process, but each quest line has multiple subparts that aren't actually listed, so they might have removed more. Little Wolf, it's been too long. Dadanin tells me you've been keeping busy in Horizon. I want you to know that I'm grateful for everything you've done for the people of Ul'dah. Even though you've seen the seedier side of our city, you've continued to help your fellow man. Believe me, the folk around here love you for it. What is it? You look like you've got something to say. I'm going to go ahead and turn this letter over and watch this cutscene. So that's what this is all about. Fufalupa thinking Owen might have been in league with Baldwin, that this letter could be proof of something shady. Well, he needn't worry. Owen's as loyal as Sultan Sworn as I've ever known. I haven't the foggiest what this says, but... Wait a minute. Wasn't Owen the one who... Oh, hells. I've got a bad feeling about this. Listen, little wolf. I think I know what this is all about, but I need you to swear to keep it quiet. If you'd rather wash your hands of this business, I won't hold it against you. But if you're determined to see it through to the bitter end, say the word and I'll explain. I want to go ahead and complete Secret and Lies, and I do have a quest tracker up. Let's see, we're all the way down there. On duty honor, so let me go through and fix some of these so that I'm in the right place. And we're probably going to at least get out of Ul'dah today, and we'll start seeing some of the other locations. Can I count on your discretion? If so, then listen closely. The outside world believes Ul'dah to be a sultanate, ruled by Sultana Nanamo, Namo. Truth is, though, it's the 6 wealthiest citizens that hold the most sway, the Syndicate. Be that as it may, the Sultana's still got the support of the people. But she might struggle to keep even that if a certain incident becomes public knowledge. It pains me to say it, but Her Grace's crown, the symbol of the royal dynasty, has been stolen. And Owen's the Sultan Sworn who was charged with guarding it that night. I'd be betting I'd bet anything this letter was written by the bastards who made off with the crown. Can't be a coincidence that a man we know to have been fraternizing with thieves had a letter for Owen of all people at this of all times. You need to take this to the man himself. Tell him Momodi sent you, and that it concerns a lost heirloom. If it looks as though the fellow needs help, I want you to lend it to him. The future of our fair city may depend on it. Alright. Now we get to deliver the letter. Let's see where this is going to be at. It's right here in the city, over near the Alchemist Guild. So we'll run out to the little eighth right here in the city, and we'll go up to the Alchemist Guild, and we'll go talk to Owen. He's right over here. Now this blue one, I know we said that we're going to pick up most of those blue ones as early as possible. However, we're not going to become an alchemist just yet. Pardon? Did you say a lost heirloom? Proceed. Proceed into the heart of the swarm? Yes, we will. That's a lot of people. Well met, adventurer. What business brings you here this day? A letter? Very well, let's see it. And we'll hand it over. Have you read this, adventurer? I see, but you have some inkling as to its contents, I think. Mistress Momodi has doubtless explained to you the significance of the crown, and what its loss could mean for her grace the Sultana. This theft shames the Sultan Sworn, and me most of all. The blame is mine, you see. I grew lax in my duties, and in a moment of carelessness... No, it'll do no good to recount the tale now. Since the hour of the theft, we've searched frantically for any signs, any whispers as to the whereabouts of the crown. We have found nothing. The identity of the thieves and their motives seemed fated to remain a mystery, until you arrived, bearing this ransom note. In it, the criminals state their price for the return of her Grace's crown. And though it pains me to say it, I fear I have no choice but to acquiesce to their demands. Too much is at stake to do otherwise. The crown symbolizes her Grace's birthright and identifies her as the custodian of the Ul legacy. It must be recovered. I will travel to the unholy heir and pay them their ransom. Though I am not foolish enough to meet these men alone, as they stipulate, I dare not bring a host of my comrades, lest the thieves take fright. Friend, would you consent to be present for the exchange? Mistress Momodi has always spoken of you in the most glowing terms, and I have never yet had reason to question her judgment. On behalf of all those still loyal to the Sultana, I beseech you, help us in our hour of need. And of course, we're smart enough to help out. So we're going to head out, and we're going to go take care of this little business. And we'll check the map and see where we need to head off to. Alright, let's see here. Black Brush Station. So we'll teleport over to the Adventurers Guild, and we will grab a chocobo out to Black Brush Station. How you doing, Filings? It's good to see you. And yes, cue the Kokobo theme. It happens everywhere. Uh, at least until I can get my own Kokobo here in about, who knows, 20, 30 quests or so. Hopefully your day's going well. Doing rather well. It's my Saturday, even though it's Sunday. It's my first day off of work this week, so just kicking back, relaxing. Final Fantasy 14 is going to have a 24-hour patch tomorrow, so I figured I'd stream today, get ahead of it. Come as agreed. Now show me the crown. I, you'll have your precious crown once we've been duly compensated. Do you think me a fool? What assurance have I that you will honor your part of the agreement? Now, Owen. Yeah, 24 hours. It's a major patch drop, and they want to make sure that all the servers are good. So it takes them 24 hours. Hopefully, they're doing some physical maintenance as well, but who knows? You're the least trustworthy man here. Not only was the crown stolen on your watch, but it looks to me as if you violated the terms of our exchange. Did we not say that you were to come alone? And given that you are not alone, what guarantee have we that there isn't a company of archers surrounding us even as we speak, ready to feather me and my men the moment they catch a glimpse of the crown? You have made mock of our trust. The deal is off. Wait, here's your payment as promised. Aye, 'tis the real thing. Ha ha ha, thousand thanks to you, boy. You've succeeded where the scores of thieves have failed. And now, at long last, we have it. The power to create an army of undying soldiers. The traitor's spurn. No, no, it can't be. What have I done? Surely you must have wondered what it was that you were handing over. What it was that seemed as valuable to us as the crown seemed to you. Did you assume we were feeling charitable? Ah, but you must feel terrible knowing that you've brought us the doom of Silda. Worry not, boy. We'll grant you a quick death and spare you further ignominy? I don't know. It's a word. Oh, look. A bunch of people are coming to fight us. There's too many. Little Wolf, run! Run while you still can. I will do my duty. It's your duty to serve the Sultana, lad. You'll be doing it for a good while yet. Sultan sworn, put these thieves to the sword and secure the crown. Oh, well, at least we don't have to do it alone. Sultan sworn, ha, no matter, kill them all! Well, this is going to prove fruitful. Take some of these people out. Oh, I need to change my buttons again. Let's take care of some of that real quick. Oh, gotta take care of those Casters are bad. All right, there we go. Got the buttons fixed a bit. Now that happened just because I made some changes on another character, and I copied everything over. When I did, it reset a few things. We want to get out of that. Looks like I don't have my potions either. Go ahead and take a potion. Sort a few things out. I don't think I got out of that in time, unfortunately. And should just be, there we go. Now to just clean up. There we go. Completed the duty. Master Papashan, but why? How? The general saw you sneak into the vaults, Owen. He suspected something was afoot and ordered us to keep an eye on you. The Flame General? He ordered you to look after me. Master Papashan, more of them to the north. After them, Sultan Sworn, they have the crown. This lot sought only to delay us. Let us speak again back in the city. See, DeFooley and a Mr. Engelman 111 have joined us in chat. It's a pleasure to meet you. No, this is not Engelman. This is not my first time playing. I have a couple of higher level characters. I'm going back through, though. Patch 5.3 made a lot of changes to the main story quest line. I wanted to experience them. They said they streamlined them a lot. Some of the trackers I have show about a 20 quest difference in the main story quest line for A Realm Reborn, and I'm just trying to get a feel for what's changed. The source of his strength becomes clear. You may have bested the golem, but you will not fare so well this day. O mournful voice of creation, send unto me a creature of the abyss, my thrall to command, that I may smite mine enemies. They surely have a way of words. Oh, this looks pleasant. Your very being imperils the plan. You cannot be suffered to live. Defeat the masked mage. And I can't remember though if this wonderful gentleman keeps spawning these gargoyles if I defeat them, or once I defeat this, I can just go and attack him, and we'll call this done. Oh, look, and Thancred has joined us. And he is down. Dragon Rat, thank you for being here today. Everybody, Dragon Rat, my wonderful moderator, and beautiful wife. That the wisdom of the paragons should be brought low by mere mortals. Paragons! This is indeed a disturbing revelation. We had long suspected the involvement of the bringers of chaos, Ashians, to give them their true name. But we could not be sure they were responsible for the recent disturbances until now, as if the Sultanate needed any more enemies. Have we Charlians crossed paths with Ashians before? Well, we've certainly. Wait, I don't recall telling you about my homeland. Ah, yes, that's right. You're one of the gifted. You know, this marks the third time I've found you in the midst of trouble. I didn't know any better. I'd say you're a lodestone for it. Anyway, I'm glad I started following you around. Who knows what grand conspiracy you'll stumble upon next? I jest. I jest. Had I truly been watching your every move, I wouldn't have taken so long to intervene in your last altercation. But all's well that ends well, eh? Our masked friend is no more, and while I very much doubt we've seen the last of his kind, his demise will likely grant us at least some respite. And on that note, I must away. Until next time. Another crystal. Purple this time. It was blue the first. Alright. Well, no long exposition this time. Let's see where we need to head now. All the way back to Ulda. So we'll run up this way. We'll head back to the city, and then we'll take another Kokobo back to the main city. Actually, my return spell is ready, so we'll just go ahead and hit the return button. All right. We'll head up to the Alchemist Guild, where Papashan should be over in the heart of the Sworn. There we go. Duty, honor, and country should be completed now. WordPress, in my opinion, isn't the greatest thing to use for a website. Dreamweaver's not bad. There's a few others out there, but I've always had issues with WordPress myself. I don't like how they have everything implemented. It's just not as intuitive as it should be. Does it surprise you to see me dressed so, Lil Wolf? I was once a Sultan Sworn, though it's been 15 years since I put down my sword and took up the role of station master. It is a capacity in which I am no less proud to serve, lest you doubt. Whenever her grace ventures outside the gates, I have the honor of protecting her person. Never before had I seen her so despondent as when news of the crown's theft reached her ears. But thanks to your valiant efforts, she has returned to her former vibrant self. You have the gratitude of every Sultan Sworn. I remember those days as well, Filings. I used to do it back in high school. All notepad, all hand coded, no drop an icon here and it gives you all the little hypertext and everything that you need, just all by hand. But they didn't look as good as the ones do today. See, we got a new user in the chat, Electrical Calling Board. It's a pleasure to have you here as we continue our journeys through the lands of Eorzea. The story is very in-depth in Final Fantasy XIV. It is one of the... Not one moment. It's one of the main things that I really like about Final Fantasy XIV over World of Warcraft is there's a story to follow to progress the game. Unlike, personally, my opinion, from when I used to play World of Warcraft, there's no real storyline. You just start in as a character, you hit your first quest, and you go. They've tried to implement something of a storyline, but they didn't really do as great of a job. Wouldn't miss it. Now, I do find it strange how in these series of cutscenes it goes from no talking to talking. That could be true, Phalanx, but that's one of the problems. It's like with Final Fantasy XIV, the moment you start a character, they start you right into a path that introduces you to the game and goes straight into a main story quest. Where World of Warcraft, it's like you get a little bit of a hey, learn how to get into your capital city. There's kind of a story, but if you don't go to the right place, you might miss it entirely. By the 12, for an adventurer to receive a personal invitation from Her Grace is unprecedented. Seats at these banquets are offered only to the most distinguished individuals. He will be dining with some of the most influential people in Ulda. There are, of course, certain protocols that must be observed, but I am no authority on them. Fear not, however. Mistress Momodi has long been responsible for familiarizing foreign guests with our customs. Pray, return to the quicksand and speak with her. She will tell you all you need to know. Alright, we're just going to come out here. We're going to go over to the Adventurers Guild with the Aetherite, and we will go talk to Momodi about what we need to join the banquet. Welcome back. To be honest, I never imagined I'd be explaining these procedures to you. It's usually only foreign dignitaries who get to hear me prattle on about royal traditions. Any road, I know you're a busy man, so I'll keep it short and sweet. In accordance with ancient custom, all guests to this banquet are required to wear a pair of ceremonial earrings made specially for the occasion. They're meant to symbolize. Actually, forget about that. This was meant to be the short version. Being of a design unique to the occasion, the earrings serve as a security measure. The Salt and Sworn won't let you near the hall without them. Your set should be ready and waiting for you at the Goldsmiths Guild. Mistress Serendipity is expecting you, so you'll want to head down there now. Once you've got them, bring them back here and we'll continue. Off to the Goldsmiths Guild. Though why they couldn't have just moved her to have them like, oh, they were delivered here for you. I'm glad to hear that it's gotten better. I think one of the biggest reasons I never found it was I just kept leading myself everywhere in that game. Never went and spoke to the rulers, never did any of that. I picked up all the little side quests and never did anything that would amount to a main storyline in World of Warcraft. The earliest I remember is Burning Crusades with the portal attack and everything there, and then Wrath of the Lich King, where you had to go to the Northlands and fight there. Greetings, is there something I can help you with? Ah, Little Wolf, your earrings are right here. Crafted them myself. I'll have you know, I think you'll be very pleased. In case Mistress Momodi didn't warn you, the box is locked, and I am not permitted to give you the key. It's a final safeguard, you see. Only designated individuals are authorized to distribute the earrings to guests. In this instance, the person in question is none other than Mistress Momodi, so you'll need to ask her to open the box on your behalf. Pardon the inconvenience, but the Salt and Sworn take her Grace's safety very seriously. Alright, so now I've got a useless box with a pair of earrings in that I can't use. Now, back to the other place. Can't wait till we get retainers so I can get some of this junk off my character. Picked up your earrings? Well, yes, here they are right there. Let me just... Well now, looks like the guildmaster outdid herself with this pair. Now that is true, Dragon. You can just, at this point, this is one of the things they streamlined, you should be able to do just the MSQ and maybe your actual class quest and be able to get to the end of the A Realm Reborn without any issues. I know before 5.3, when I started a new character, there was times I actually had to sit and grind a bit and do some side quests to even get to the levels I needed to pick up the next main story quest. So it's going to be interesting to see how well they did on that. You'd best take good care of these earrings. If they fell into the wrong hands, gods only know what might happen. Now then, hope you're feeling sociable, because you're about to hobnob with Ulda's elite. Let me know when you're ready to head to the banquet. Alright. So now, we have our earrings that we need to put on. There we go. This is it. Your big debut in Ulden High Society. The banquet is being held in the fragrant chamber. Head over to the Royal Promenade, and Bartholomew will show you in. Oh, but be sure to put on your earrings, or he'll send you packing. Alright, well, reckon that's everything. Try not to let all the pomp and ceremony get to you. Just be yourself, and you'll be fine. And off we head. We are going to the Chamber of Rule, I believe. Banquet hosted by Her Grace the Sultana is due to begin shortly. Attendance is by invitation only. Please make way for arriving guests. We are honored to receive you, my lord. Please proceed inside. Wish this had an auto scroll feature. Yes, yes, being the completionist I am, I go back, I finish them, I try to get every minion, I try to do every quest. But that's just my OCD nature. Ah, best food's free food. Or so they say. Still think that should be pronounced Aether. So the interesting part is, even though I've played this game many, many times, I usually fast track all this. I've never actually watched the storyline. I do know, however, that what they're referring to is the original Final Fantasy XIV version 1, which was so bad and had so many problems that Square Enix officially apologized and asked the community what to do. And they decided to have them nuke the game. So Square Enix did that. They completely tore it down, restarted from fresh, and about a year or so later, they came out with A Realm Reborn. And they kept the original game as part of the story and lore of this game. And that is what happened 5 years ago, was the Calamity. And that was them killing off the first instance of the game and remaking it from scratch. One moment, folks. There might be a little bit of technical difficulty. Are you all hearing the voice acting that's going on, or is there no voice acting on your all's end? Do I need to turn up the game sounds? Oh, that would be why. I forgot to unmute the game's stream. I am terribly sorry. So all of that was without sound. I am terribly sorry, everybody.
It's Artemis. No, it is nothing.
Is it coming through now? Is everything better for the voice acting?
Bloody hell! The barrier won't go down so easily.
A little soft, huh?
Forward!
A little bit better now?
We are being watched.
Alright. Again, terribly sorry about that. I forgot to unmute the sound out to the stream. That is my fault.
Raging Bull, calling Bloodthorn. Bloodthorn, respond! Respond, damn you!
See, we have a couple of new people in the watchers list here. My name is Trainer276. I'm a variety streamer. Currently, we're playing some Final Fantasy XIV.
This is Matt Snake. Respond.
Ryder, this is Raging Bull. What news?
We're surrounded by a blaze. There is no way out. God preserve, what is that thing?
What's going on? Speak to me!
God damn it! We cannot hold much longer.
Mad Snake! Mad Snake!
Things have gone from bad to worse for these people.
What of the barracudas? Can they not be reached?
Sorry, Admiral. Shell's not working.
What of our own?
I cannot say, my lady. That monstrosity appears to be disrupting our communications.
We must keep trying. Call till they respond.
Yes, my lady.
Admiral, General, we can do no more. We must give the order to withdraw.
I will not forsake Louis Soir.
General, please. Victory may belong to the bold, but there will be no victor this day. You know this to be true. Let us not sacrifice lives in vain. The adventurers fight bravely, but to no avail. Let them withdraw, and let us be the ones to stand with Louis Soir.
Belay previous orders. All Maelstrom units are commanded to fall back, effective immediately. Give the foreign levy priority. Let the main host cover their retreat and bring up the rear.
Damn it! Relay the order. All planes are to withdraw. I don't care if our link cells are useless. You still have a working pair of legs, don't you? Well, use them, you bloody half-wit!
The outcome of this battle was long since decided. Better to retreat now than risk a massacre.
I think a massacre just happened. Oh, who's that figure in the distance? Little shadow. Wonder who that could be.
This dark, stifling presence. Who or what? We go to take our place beside Archon Louis Soir. To your positions.
That I should live to behold Bahamut once more. Magnificent. The aeons of imprisonment have only made him hungrier. I am aware of them. Pay them no mind. They are powerless to act. It has begun. Soon the planet will regain its true form. All the laughter. How you feeling? They said you fainted in the middle of one of the general's stories. I had to have you carried back to the hourglass. I reckon you made quite an impression on your fellow guests, though probably not the sort you intended. You sure you're getting enough rest? The life of an adventurer can be pretty taxing. Any road, I'm glad to see you're back to normal. No offense, but looking after you was getting a bit tiresome. Oh, before I forget, the general left a message for you. Said that when you're feeling up to it, you should come and see him at the Hall of Flames. Probably wants to finish the story he was telling you when you fell asleep. I'd like to welcome our new viewers. My name is Triner276. I'm a variety streamer. Right now we're playing Final Fantasy XIV, A Realm Reborn. This is patch 5.35. We're going over some of the changes they made in the original story quest line in the 5.3 patch. Doing this a day early, as tomorrow they're patching the servers all day tomorrow, 24 hours of maintenance for the 5.4 patch drop that's happening, which we will get into next week, though not for a while on this this character. We're going to go ahead and we're going to equip back our regular gear, and do not want to make the Mechanist. We'll go ahead and update the Astrologian. I think we'll remove it. We'll add back in Gladiator. I would like to store an item. Nope, can't store the item. Go figure. Alright. Upwards and onwards. Alright. So we need to go over to the Hall of Flames. It's nearby, so we're just going to run over there real quick. Again, I want to apologize for earlier. There was no game sounds coming through. I failed to unmute my stream output to the OBS software and out of the computer to the streaming. So the first portion of this, about the first hour, was without sounds from the game, so I'm terribly sorry about that. Alright. Go talk to Robon. Been waiting for you. Trust you are fully recovered? Good, because there is much work to be done. Work that I would have you do. Alright. We are done with, we're up to the Golden Envoy. We're getting much closer to finishing out our first beginning city's story quest line, and we'll soon be going to all the other cities. Listen well. This will take some time to explain. Oh, joy! Lots of talking. I prepared these letters for my counterparts in the Eorzean Alliance. "5 years ago, we looked on, powerless, as our brothers and sisters were taken from us at Cartano. First by the Garleans, and then by the thrice-damned Primal called forth by their treachery. Not a day goes by that I do not think of my fallen comrades, and of the Warriors of Light, of whom no trace remained. The tragedies of the Calamity are not so easily forgotten, nor should they be. In remembering all we've lost, we're reminded of what we still have. And so, I mean to mark the 5th anniversary of the Battle of Cartano with a memorial service honoring the fallen. It is my hope that my counterparts in the Alliance will agree to do the same. And I would have you bear my words to them as my personal envoy. Why you? Because your deeds mark you out as the nearest thing I have to a warrior of light. I can think of none more worthy of a role. The question is, will you accept it?" And of course we do. "Then it is agreed. You will journey to Gridania and Limsa Lominsa as my official representative. Now, that's a great many malms to travel, but I've neither the time nor patience to wait around while you do it on foot. I hereby grant you permission to use the airship routes connecting the 3 city-states. This pass serves as proof of your privilege." Gone are the days when airship travel was available to all. The ever-present threat of Imperial attack has forced us to impose drastic restrictions out of the concern of public safety. These passes are only granted when circumstance demands it, as is in this case. Though there were others who insisted you be granted one regardless. I am not alone in seeing it. Your potential is plain. But I have said enough. In the name of the Sultana, I bid you go forth. See for yourself the wonders of the realm for which the Warriors of Light risked all. Rise to your calling and fulfill your promise. And should your path be barred by man or beast, strike fast and true, for victory belongs to the bold. Now go, and heed the crystal's guidance, should you ever lose your way. Alright, we're going to start traveling to other realms now. each realm we hit, we're going to run around the city for a little bit so that we can unlock a few things, mainly all of their crystals and whatnot. I want to see something real quick. That's the pugilist. Don't need to do that one yet. We do need to go over there, though. Gotta go speak to Momodi first. I was hoping we could just go straight up, but it looks like they didn't take this portion out. Commander Root, it's a pleasure to have you here. Ah, back from your meeting with Ruban, are you? What did the big man have to say? Is that a fact? Personal envoy of the Flame General himself. So you'll be bearing the great man's words to the leaders of the Alliance, will you? And by airship? Bugger me, that's an honor and a half, that is. But can't think of anyone who deserves it more. I'm proud of you, I truly am. Now, I dare say Ruban told you this, but not many people get to go on airships these days. In fact, most folk go to their graves having never once seen Eorzea from above. Poor beggars shuffle off to meet Thal, having never known the blues of Limsa shining seas or the myriad greens of leafy Gridania. But not you. You'll see those sights and more, and everywhere you go, you'll find fascinating folk with fascinating tales to tell. The people you meet, the places you go, savor these experiences, for they are priceless all. Saying that, it'd be remiss of me if I didn't remind you to be careful out there. Ulda ain't the only place beset by troubles, as you'll soon discover, or as you'll discover when you visit Limsa and Gridania. She's long-winded. Truth be told, that might well be exactly what the General wants you to realize. I think he knows what kind of man you are. And what kind's that, you ask? Why, the kind that can't resist sticking his nose in other people's business, of course. And don't you ever go changing. Safe travels. I'll see you when you get back. Alright. We have now unlocked airship traveling. We are going to go over to the other city-states. I don't think there's a particular order that we have to get them done in. I'm going to go to Limsa first. Just because it's the furthest out. Alright, here we go. Airship ticketer. Greetings, sir. This is the reservation counter for passengers traveling to Limsa. If I'm not mistaken, you're the Flame General's envoy? Yes? High Wind Skyways is at your service. Will you be flying with us today? Yes, I will be. Alright. In the future, you don't have to go through all of this, thankfully. Attention all passengers, the airship bound for Limsa is about to depart. Please make your way to the boarding gate. Let's see if I can't take care of something real quick while we're watching these scenes. Alright. Extra more. Pleasure to have you here in the channel. When first we met beneath the Sultan tree, I sensed there was something unusual about him. I wonder if Dave will feel the same. And yes, Nightingale, grow up so fast. They did make this a lot faster. Usually I would not be leaving this place this quickly. It usually takes a day or two, possibly even 3 sometimes, to get to this point in the original quest line. Godspeed, little wolf. Godspeed. If I'm right, they'll be singing your praises from here to the far reach before long. May you always walk in the light of the crystal. Well, this looks ominous. It is one of the few things that has confused me about this game is, how do they keep their weapons floating on their back?
But the bitter taste of defeat lingers still.
It's a bit low even for me.
Since the Imperial fleet set course for Mordona, led by the Egrios, mightiest of all vessels. Silver Till Lake lay ripe for the taking. And
Oh, totally not a villain. Totally.
soon be ours.
I was thinking magnets as well, but
But an innumerable host
they're a bit weird.
met us that day, at the heart of which flew the great meat guard Zormer. Though we succeeded in slaying that lord among worlds, the dread serpent's defeat was bought at too high a price. Our invincible flagship was lost, and all hope of victory with her. So ended our glorious conquest.
That was a big dragon.
Eorzea, a blighted realm, riddled with false gods. Twice now it has eluded the Empire's grasp. For all the destruction it wrought, even Meteor, the great sin, failed to yield us control over it. And for this failure, the realm has sunk deeper into depravity. It is twisted beyond all reckoning, rotten nigh to the core. Yet it must be saved. Only Garlean rule can bring order to Eorzea. It falls to us to deliver the misguided masses from their ignorance. We are of one mind, Lord Van Balthar.
Lord Van Balthar. What the craziness is that? It does not look good.
Senior engineers, please report to Magitech research following scheduled inspection.
Hey, is the Legatus really planning to take another tilt at Eorzea?
Hey, what hole have you been hiding in? We're in the midst of preparing for a new campaign, and a huge one at that.
But I thought the Emperor had given up the Western lands for lost after Cartener. What could the Legatus possibly hope to gain by acting alone?
I sense you harbor certain doubts over the wisdom of the Legatus's plan.
My lord!
Please call me Nero. Tell me, where were you born?
Othard, my lord.
Alamigo, my lord.
Ah, codename Hummingway, I presume.
I don't know what you...
Silence. Your denials will not change your fate. I assure you, Frumentarium sees all. Clean up this mess, and do not miss any, or I shall be most displeased.
At once, my lord.
Garland, soon you will be made to know the true power of Magitech.
So later on, we'll find out that Alamego is actually within Eorzea, so he was not born as part of the Garland Empire, and that's probably why he was sliced down, as being potentially a spy for Operation Hummingbird or Hummingway. Here we are, and I believe Limsa Laminsa. Ah, you must be the envoy from Ulda. Welcome to Limsa Laminsa, sir. Admiral Bluffswin awaits your arrival. They make some very weird names in this game. And they expect you to pronounce them somehow. Alright, Honor Guard. You are the Uldan envoy? Welcome to Limsa Laminsa. The Admiral has been looking forward to your arrival. Please proceed to the Crow's Lift at your earliest convenience. It will take you to the Bulwark Hall. Once there, pray speak with Xanthiel. He will be pleased to show you into the Admiral's command room on the bridge. Alright, we're going to go down to the Drowning Winch first. Yes, meh, words. They make some weird ones. Bloodluster, it's a pleasure to have you here. See, we have some new people. My name is Triner276. I'm a variety gamer. Currently, we're playing some Final Fantasy XIV on the 5.3.5 patch before patch 5.4 drops tomorrow. On Thursdays, I will be streaming Disgaea 5, Alliance of Vengeance. Planning to play that game, hopefully to platinum it. It's a very strange game. Lots of levels, you can reincarnate, it's a fun game. And then thinking about picking up one other day. I'm not 100% sure which day that'll be yet. I am going the wrong way. Before we go and finish off the quest line, I'm going to run around the city real quick. We're going to collect all the little aetheryte crystals and the main aetheryte crystal so that we can teleport around the city a bit easier. Alright, 20 seconds of running. Go! Pop over here at the Culinarians Guild real quick. Get this aetheryte. Come back here at some point later on in the game when we start picking up some more crafting. Culinarians Guild is one of the easier ones to do-ish. A lot of their things come from alchemists and then just the drops that you get from enemies. Yes, as Dragon is pointing out, once we collect all the aetheryte points in a city or a zone, like other cities, it does open up a few extra places. You'll be able to teleport to the airship landing easier, and you'll have a couple of exits out of the city into areas nearby. So I'm going to go ahead and go back to the aft castle because it's the central location. We'll go off from there. As also This is one of the Grand Companies down here. We'll be getting into the Grand Companies pretty soon, actually, from the looks of it. Where's my exit? I want to go back towards this location. Really wish they had a Aetheryte down here. This is the Armorers Guild and Blacksmiths Guild. Unfortunately, they don't, and I don't like that, but what's a little bit of running around between friends? Where's my stairwell? That is not my stairwell. Where is my stairwell? There we go. Downstairs we go. And this is where we're meant to go, here at the Olden Envoy. We'll go to there in a second. Like I said, we're going to come over here. We're going to pick up the main Aetheryte crystal. We're going to run around, grab some of the other Aetheryte crystals, so that we can travel around just a little bit easier. Thank you for the crystal, not the people behind it. I'm pretty sure Dragon Rat is also in the game with me right now. She's probably on her Lady Ariston account. We have a little family of Aristons that are running around on the server. There's Little Wolf Ariston, the newest character to be added. There's Trainer Ariston, one of my main accounts from, at this point, about 7 or 8 years ago now. I played back before Heavensward was even out, the first expansion. That was while I was deployed overseas as a civilian contractor to the government. Came back and, well, life got a little bit too busy and I had to put the game aside for a while, and now 7 years later I'm having the chance to pick it back up and a lot has changed. I remember back when we had cross-class abilities, so I could level up my White Mage to get healing spells and then use them on my fighting characters. And that was a gigantic help back then. I really wish they'd bring something like that back, but now we have role abilities, and almost everybody gets a healing ability at some point in time in the game. The Gladiator that we're playing now eventually turns into your Paladin, and further along down the Paladin's line, you actually get to have an actual full healing spell. But that is much, much later down in the path line. Let's see here. We need to go... I want to say it's down from here. Yeah, go down and around and around and down. So yes, there's been many changes. I still remember when we had, when rogues and some of the other classes had something called tech points. You had an actual third bar over here that was yellow. So when I came back, it was best for me, unfortunately, to just completely restart the game from scratch because so much had changed. Done so now. Have a couple of other characters. Have a second whole account. And I did a lot of the story bypass skips on. Here we go. We have attuned ourselves to all the Aetheryte shards. The Zephyr Gate and the Tempest Gate and the airship landing are now destinations. So because we've unlocked everything for the Aetheryte network, as soon as all this text scrolls by, there we go. I now have these 3 bottom options. However, we're just going to go back up to the plaza, and we're going to run over and turn this quest in to this direction. Now, I will say, one of the things that I find a little disappointing in this game is the mail system, or the friendship system in general, basically. If I remember correctly, in World of Warcraft, as long as you know the person's name, you can send them in-game mail. Final Fantasy is a bit different. If I don't have you on my friends list, I cannot send you in-game mail. I cannot do pretty much anything with you unless you're standing in person with me. Yes, everything seems to be in order. My apologies. We cannot afford to be complacent, you understand. Please step this way. So maybe here in a few minutes, if Dragon Rat has her character nearby, we'll go ahead and do the friendship process so that we can send mail to each other. Ah, yes. You can friend people on different servers, you just have to go to that server first.
To speak for them. It appears the Uldans place great faith in you. This way. I bid you welcome. I am Melvib Lucasvin,
Oh,
Admiral
maybe we did do
of
that.
Solominsa, and Commander of the Maelstrom. Now, what news from Thanalan?
One of the things that I wish they would change for the Final Fantasy XIV filings is I can't friend my characters that are on my own account. So Little Wolf here can never friend request Trenner, which means I can never send him mail. Even though he's on the same account, I'm not able to do that. I wish you could auto-friend the people that are on your own account. That way you can at least send yourself mail, but it doesn't seem like they've done that. And yes, I think Dragon reminded me that we friended ourselves in the last stream. Memorial service to honor the fallen, and this is another weird one. It starts off with great voice acting, and then they were like, screw it, we're not going to do it the full time. Seven Hells. Has it been 5 years? "5 years since the Garlean Empire sought to wrest Eorzea from our grasp. It was in answer to the imperial threat that the city-states formed the Grand Companies and forged the Eorzean alliance anew. But Garlemald was not content to wager all on a simple contest of martial might. They had other plans, the Meteor Project. Legatus Nal Vandarnus, Hell's Takem, intended to cleanse our realm by snatching the lesser moon, Dalamud, from the heavens and casting it down upon our heads. Desperate to prevent this lunatic scheme, we marched our forces to the Cartano Flats, and there met with Vilth? Met the 7th Imperial Legion. They should have like a space or something there to make sure that's not a word. Never have I seen a fight like the Battle of Cartano, and I have seen full many. But though we have no quarter, spread not 1 ounce of effort, we could not prevent what followed. From inside the shell of Dalamod came a winged nightmare, a dragon the size of a bloody city. 'Twas the elder primal, Bahamut, bent on making an 8th hell of Eorzea. In the space of a breath, the legions of the Empire were set aflame, while our own armies fared little better. 'Twas as if the whole world was burning. Words cannot well describe the scene. And yet, by some miracle, a few among us were spared. Even as I steeled myself for death, blinding white light enveloped me, robbing me of my senses. When I regained them, the dragon was gone, and the still smoldering land was warped beyond all knowing. Were Archon Lassois still with us, he would doubtless shed some light on those unfathomable happenings. Alas, he is not, and I fear we will want it for his wisdom in the days to come. For while our nations struggle to recover from the devastation, the beastmen call forth their damned primals to torment us anew. Unless we put aside our differences and rebuild now, our foes will catch us unprepared. And I speak not only of the beastmen. Do not imagine that the Empire has forsaken its claim on Eorzea. The Imperials crowd our borders, waiting to strike. Damn it all, we need champions to replace those we lost. But such thoughts are worse than worthless. Time is short, and none will save us save ourselves. It is the duty of every soul who survived the calamity to work together for the good of Eorzea, and this memorial service may be the very thing to unite us. Aye, Ruban has the right of it. I accept his proposal. Your duty is done here, adventurer. I will see to it that the Flame General receives my reply. You travel next to Gridania, yes? Pray give my regards to the Elder Seed Seer. Oh, tell her the wolf has been sniffing around the stables. A private jest, and one in poor taste, but I would have you tell it all the same. Fare you well. May the navigator guide you on your journey. Alright, one quick pit stop just to make sure that I have the Kokobo point for here. I do not, so let's go ahead and click here. Well met. Might I interest you in a Kokobo quarter? Ah, do not tell me this is your first visit to this shop. I shall update my register with your name so that you may access the location in the future. You have to do that at every Kokobo point that you come across. And in later portions of the game, the Falcon Porter. Just to update... That's not who I want. Where is my elevator person? There we go, lift attendant. We are currently done in this section. We're going to go ahead and take this up to the airship landing, and we're going to head over to Gridania. We have left a sanctuary, and then re-entered the sanctuary. It's one of the most annoying announcements every time you transition, even within the same city, you're going to get that message, and it becomes annoying after a little while. This counter is for passengers traveling to Gridania. Pleasure to serve you again. Are you ready to board the ship? I am ready. Now, let's see, what quest are we on? Let's see, we're still doing the Ulden Envoy. And this is what I mean. So, this is one very long part with multiple sub-parts, lots of running around. Yeah, I agree, Phalanx. We should be able to do stuff between our own tunes. Wish they had, like, even an account bank where you could share gil between your accounts or something like that. Something to make it so that you can talk to your own characters without having to go through a third-party intermediary. I'm lucky enough to have, my wife Dragon Rat on here, so I can give her things to give to my other characters, and we can friend that way, but there's no real way to do character-to-character transfers that I am aware of. I might have to do some research on that just to see if there's something I've missed. Alright. This is one of the few times that you'll see the airship outside. Usually, you're already inside when you arrive in the future. Ah, you must be the envoy. Welcome to Gridania. The Elder Seed Seer awaits your arrival. Leave the landing area? Yes. Hey, Defuli, pleasure to see you here. It's doing alright. I've had some new people come in and come through the area. Well, trust me, I understand the busy days. I know this is your Sunday, I believe. Or at least it's physically Sunday. I know for me it's technically my Saturday. So I understand keeping everything straight. Now, once again, we're going to skip the quest for a moment. And we are going to gather all the Aetheryte points in the city. This is for traveling easier a bit later. Appreciate the lurk. Surprisingly, I have set up my lurking command. If you wish to use it or not, it is up to you. But I did take some time to straighten up the stream a little bit. Got a few custom commands in there. Set up the channel points, which I hope are working. Really don't know if they are or not through the Wise bot. I've got to look into that one. I just added it recently. Now, like I said, these Aetheryte points, they really do make traveling around the city a lot easier. Even if it's nearby, sometimes it's faster to hit the Aetheryte shard. Appreciate it again, Defuli. So yeah, plus, once you get all the points, like I said, there's extra little spots that open up. You're able to travel outside of the city a bit easier. Hope your stream went well last night, Defuli. I know you were Well, yes, Phalanx, the stream points themselves through Twitch are, but I think the WiseBot has its own point mechanism, but I'm not 100% sure on that. It could be the stream points, and I'm just getting the two confused. I think it might use the same, but I'm not sure. Yes. So there are points through WiseBot or the Stream Elements bot, or both, I'm not 100% sure, that you can do like the little games and the 8-ball stuff with. Yeah, I saw that. The D6 system was a bit interesting. I've never really played with it. I caught the very beginning before I had to peel off for work, unfortunately. So, I think there's also there's a list of commands that can be done for both the WiseBot and the other one. Looks like Dragonrat's trying to gamble away her points. Oh, by all means, play around. So once again, to show off once more on stream, classes and jobs. This one character, my one login, allows me to play all these classes, as well as all these crafters and these gatherers. I don't need to switch characters, I don't need to make a new tune for them. Every time I make a character, I can play every single class there is in the game. And it's one of the things that I've really liked about Final Fantasy XIV, and it's one of the things that keeps drawing me back to it, and why I probably will never leave. That is interesting to Foley, that even a failed roll gives you experience. I like that system. That sounds good, because it's in reality you learn from your failures. You might not do well, but you will learn from it. Seems like a fairly simple but complicated system at the same time. I'm still much more of a straight D20 system guy, but that's me. I think I'm hitting the wrong way again. Yeah, I want to come over here to the amphitheater. I'm going to take a brief moment. I'm going to hit the Moogle, even though I don't have anything on the Moogle. Hit new, and yeah, I can only send it to Lady Ariston because she is my only friend on the game. But that's going back to that problem I was talking about of, I wish they could implement a system where if it's on your account on the same server, you are automatically friends with yourself, so that you could send yourself mail, attach Gil, and do simple things like that. Or maybe some sort of account bank where you can transfer money and things between characters. But I have a feeling they'll never implement that. I think they like that this is one character versus another character, and I really don't think they're going to allow you to join them like that. But there's always the workaround around it. I can always transfer money and items, some items, over to Lady Ariston when she's online, or send them to her in the mail for her to send to another character. I've heard a lot about Cyberpunk. I've wanted to try it in the past, but I've got 5 to 6 editions of D&D rolling around in my head, and I get confused enough, unfortunately. I did pick up Cyberpunk 2077 on Steam the other day. I'm waiting and looking forward to that coming out. That's going to be a lot of fun, I hope. But good to see that it's got a D20 system. I know Pathfinder also is a D20 system, if I remember correctly. Some of them, though, it's like there's multitudes of ways to play the tabletop RPGs, and I love all the ways, don't get me wrong. But nobody really follows like the weight encumbrance rules because it's just too nitpicky. You have to have a dedicated team of people who are like, no, we're going to play with these rules and we're going to make sure we keep track of all of them. Versus just want to have a bit of fun. We want to kick down the door and go on a killing spree. You gotta figure out what's best for your group of people as to how in depth of the rules that you really want to add on. So once again, we've attuned ourselves to all the Aetheryte shards here in Gridania. The Blue Badger Gate, the Yellow Serpent Gate, and the airship are now accessible. I think there's one gate, I think it's the White Wolf Gate, that I am not able to teleport outside of just yet. I have to do a quest to even be able to do so. And where am I going? I need to just hit the Aetheryte shard and go back to the airship landing. Oh, look, there's a lady. We're going to wave at the lady. Hi, lady. Greetings, good sir. You are the Ulden envoy, are you not? I have received instructions to assist you. Pray, make your way to the city proper and identify yourself to the conjurer at Nafika's altar. She will admit you to the lotus stand where the elder seed seer awaits. This is why it's one of those good things that we ran around, because now I can just teleport over there. Don't get me wrong, Tafuli. Ah, Princess Bride. Wonderful, wonderful movie. I know your computer can use some help. I'm pretty sure it's not as bad off as you really think. Maybe you can get away with playing it with some reduced frame rates and whatnot. Maybe not stream it then. Probably not that, but where are we going? We're going to the Conjurer's Guild. But hopefully in the near future, the 2080 or the 20 series graphics cards from NVIDIA should be going down once the 30 series are fully out on the market. You can probably build a halfway decent computer. I know it probably take a little bit of time. I know it took me some time to save up for mine, but probably around $1,200 should get a decent machine in the near future. It says, you are the Uldan envoy. Begging your pardon, sir, but might I inspect your missive, the missive you bear? Of course, hand over the letters. Verily, this is the seal of the Supreme Commander of the Immortal Flames. Please come with me. Now look, she looks familiar.
So you are the Uldan envoy.
Well, yes. Yes, I am.
On behalf of our fair nation, I bid you welcome. Please.
Please what? Please is not a full sentence. They need to learn some grammar.
Allow me to introduce myself.
See, that should have been all one sentence.
I am Khan Eorzea, Elder Seed Seer of Gridania, and leader of the Order of the Twin Adder, our nation's grand company.
I didn't do too bad, Phylinx. I literally just built my computer over the last 4 months of time. Spent a little bit more on the case than I wanted to. Got kind of miffed when Newegg put the case on sale recently for the Black Friday sales. So I bought a second case for the other computer I'm hoping to build in the near future. Motherboard wasn't too overpriced. Graphics card was about the only thing. I could only find it on eBay, and I paid a pretty penny for it. That's all I'm going to say about it. I'm not proud to support the scalpers, but I needed a computer to stream, and I had to pay the price for that. But I also went a little overboard on some of my side features. Good mic, got a stream deck. Just a few little extra creature comforts. I still need to update my webcam at some point. I'm using currently a Logitech C920 1080p, but it only goes at 30 frames a second. It's not as smooth as I would like, but it works for now.
I understand you bear a message from the Flame General.
Well, yes, we do. I'm guessing this is where you're going to stop talking and I'm going to start. A remembrance service for the fallen of Cartano. Pray tell, pray tell me, adventurer, what do you know of our conflict with the Empire? It would seem my counterparts recounted the tale in some detail, that as well. Are you talking about a 2 terabyte SSD internal 2.5 inch drive, or are you talking about a 2 terabyte internal 3.5 inch drive? Because I know there's a 2 terabyte internal 3.5 inch hard disk drive, 7200 RPMs, that sells for about $55 at the moment on Newegg. But the internal SSDs, because I'm looking for one for my PS4, is gonna probably cost right around $130, if not a little more. A message from the Admiral. A wolf has been sniffing around her stables, you say? I see. Well, I shall be pleased to provide her with such counsel as I am able. But first, friend of my friend, would tell you more of the Garland threat. Oh, 2 terabyte, 2.5 hybrid. Yeah, those are a little bit more pricier. For the greater part of its history, Garmald was not even among the most influential nations in Ilsabard, the northern continent. However, its innovations in the field of magitech some 50 years past helped to raise it from the depths of obscurity. Emboldened by this technology, it was set about subjugating its neighbors, swiftly absorbing each into its ever-expanding territory, and when all of Ilsabard lay within its grasp, it turned its ravenous gaze upon Eorzea. Have this too in Ildelera. Pleasure to have you in the stream. Hope you're finding it entertaining. My name is Triner276. I'm a variety gamer. Currently, we are playing Final Fantasy XIV, patch 535. Tomorrow drops patch 5.4, 24-hour maintenance, which is why I'm streaming today instead of my normal Monday night. On Thursdays, I also play Disgaea 5 on the PS4. It's a tactical, strategy-based RPG. Quick to beat, extremely long to platinum. I've never actually gotten around to that point, considering the level is max is 9,999, and you can always go back to level 1 and do it again, which is weird. Yet Garlemald's transformation did not come about by virtue of Magitech alone. Its success owed much to the consummate leadership of its first and reigning emperor, Solos Zos Galvas, the man who built an empire in his own lifetime. Yet he has lived long, and after more than 80 winters, it is said that he grows frail, ever more prone to illness. If rumors are to be believed, the matter of succession has destabilized the imperial court. This would explain the Empire's relative inactivity in recent years, which has granted us much-needed time to rebuild. Yet we cannot allow ourselves to become complacent, for Garlemald still maintains a presence in Eorzea, in the form of the 14th Imperial Legion. Commanding this great host is Legatus Gaius van Belsar, a man whose ambitions are well known to us. So long as he breathes Eorzean air, none of us may sleep easy. Calamity wreaked such devastation upon the realm that it has been all we could do to nurse our wounds, never mind rebuild our defenses. Simply put, we have not the strength to repel the Empire. To add to our woes, the beast tribes continue to summon their primals, whose very existence is a bane upon the land. Each nation is beset with its own primal problem. None has the resources to look beyond its own borders. The Admiral desires my counsel regarding a brazen wolf. She means to tell me that the Empire may soon resume its advance. Though the primals pose an undeniable threat to our survival, the threat posed by the Garleans is greater still. Clearly, each nation can no longer afford to think only of that which occurs within its own borders. The storm gathers upon the horizon. If we are to weather it, we must needs stand united once more. A remembrance service may well or may help to rekindle the spirit of unity which brought the peoples of Eorzea together when last the Empire threatened our liberty. The Flame General was wise to make his proposal. I wholeheartedly approve of it. The necessary provisions shall be made for a service here in Gridania. Invisible paper! Your work here is done, my friend. I shall send my reply to the Flame General forthwith. Thank you for coming. May the 12 see you safely home. It looks like we are finally done running around the 3 city-states. And we will be able to get a wind-up airship. You may now make use of airship routes connecting the 3 nations. Before you may board an airship, you must pay the required fee. Alright, let's go ahead and use our little airship. We are going to go ahead and call out the little airship. Have it floating around us a little bit. We are on to Call of the Sea. Let me go ahead and mark off where we're at in this tracker. I pray your meeting with the Elder Seed Seer went well, my Lord Envoy. Correct me if I'm mistaken, but did you not also deliver a message to Admiral Merylwib Blofishwin of Limsa Lamensa? While you were there, did you happen to meet Bateron, the proprietor of the Drowning Winch? Gregarious gentleman, always happy to help his fellow man. Well, I am told that he has a task for a capable adventurer. I know not what the task entails, but I dare say the Flame General's personal envoy would make a fine candidate. If you are interested in learning more, pray speak with Bateron at his establishment. Alright, this will be our first adventure outside of the realm of Ulda. Now, this is one thing I've noticed. It is a lot quicker to go through the beginning city area. We weren't too far off when we last ended. And usually this, like I said before, when I first started another character, it still took me 3 or 4 days to get up to this point. So they have made it a lot faster. We're going to go ahead and head over to Limsa Lamensa. Here in the next, no more than maybe... If it takes an hour, I would be surprised. We should be running our first dungeon. Now, one of the reasons I chose Gladiator is he is our tank. If you want fast queue times for running dungeons, tanks and healers are your best route to go. I'm not that great as a healer. Dragon Rat is a much better healer than I am in this game. So we're going to go ahead and go down to the Drowning Winch, and we'll proceed on until we get to the dungeon, when we'll probably team up with Dragon Rat so that we can go through this dungeon together. She will get scaled down to my level so that she doesn't, you know, destroy the EXP grind for us. Welcome to the Drowning Winch, sir. Wherever you like, or sit wherever you like, mate. I'll be with you in a... I'm Bateron, alright. Who's asking? I. Right as I've got a job for a capable adventurer, you say? Well, you're bloody right. Just so you're fairly warned, though, this ain't no job for the faint of heart. Things are liable to get downright bleedin' airy. But if you think you're still interested, let me know, and I'll fill you in on the details. Let's see here. What can we take? Not a darn one of them. We're already wearing something as good or better. Thank you for taking the time to help me out. Now I'm sure you're busy, so I'll come straight to the point. Word as is some suspicious-looking buggers have been sneaking in and out of the Sastasha Sea Grot, and I need a trustworthy sort to head up north of Aleport and find out who they are and what they're up to. Don't sound like much, I know, but it weren't so long ago as the Fishback's pet pirates paid us an unwelcome visit, and folk are feeling a bit nervous. If you would permit me, Master Bateron, I should be happy to elaborate. Well, well, if it ain't the Chief Yellow Jacket himself. To what do I owe this rare honor, Commodore Raynor? Come to make sure me patrons are behaving, or just thirsty? Neither. In fact, I was informed that you had requested an adventurer to assist in my investigation, and I came to offer what information I could sift from recent reports. Over the course of the past moon, there have been several sightings of an unfamiliar vessel off the coast of Aleport in the vicinity of the Isles of Umbra. This information came to my attention no more than a few weeks after a squad of my own soldiers had completed a routine patrol of the region, the Sastasha Seagrot included. Their search revealed little, save that a family of corals had taken up residence in the caves. Nothing to concern us, in short. In light of recent developments, however, it would seem wise to search Sastasha again. But with the Sahagan testing our defenses daily, I am loath to assign the task to the limited forces at my disposal. Our line is stretched as it is. Thus, I sought the service of a competent adventurer to conduct an investigation in our stead. Any aid you can offer in this matter would be greatly appreciated. Then it is settled. Sastasha is located in western Loneska. For more detailed instructions on how to reach the place, I suggest you consult the Milpa? She can be found at the ferry docks on the lower decks. You heard the man. Good luck to you, lad. Alright, looks like we will be probably fairly certain shortly-ish jumping into this. Let's see what you have, though. I don't know what you unlock, so I'm going to ignore you for a moment. And unfortunately, I think the same with this one. Oh, this... We'll come back and do that one later. It's a bit of a funny one. And it's time to go down to the Arcanist Guild, I believe. Or no. Is it the Arcanist Guild? No, Arcanists, I think, are back in Gardania. Which one is it here? Nope, it is the Arcanist Guild. I get them all mixed up over time. Did I head to the wrong place? I headed to the wrong place. Let's head to, instead, the Fisherman's Guild, because that's actually going to take us to the lower docks where we need to be. Here we go. This is the ferryman we want. You hear about Commodore Raynor's investigation? Then you want to board a ferry bound for Aleport. Once you arrive in western Loneska, though, you'd best pay a visit to the Hall of the Novice before you blunder into Sastasha. The Adventurer Guild runs the hall, and the folk there will prepare you, train you with the skills you'll need to face the dangers undoubtedly waiting for you in Seagrot. The hall is on the way to Sastasha, just north of Aleport. Head inside, and one of the seasoned adventurers will take you in hand. Best of luck to you. Alright, we'll talk to the skipper. We'll head over to Aleport. Give me a second as a... Take a quick moment to adjust. Alright, new place. First, there are two things we always do the moment we get to a new city. We're going to go visit the Kokobo Porter up here and the Aetherite Crystal that is hidden behind all the quests. We'll worry about the Levmet later. We're on a priority mission here. However, we might do this one. Alright, so just talking to him, clicking through them real quick, hit nothing. That will unlock the Kokobo Porter for this area. And start being able to collect more. And then we're going to click on the Aetherite. So this gentleman over here, Skirrbald, he has a couple of quests that can get us a couple of minions, but we'll worry about that later. We're going to press on. This is where I really wish that I had access to a mount of some sort, because running around is painful. Now, hopefully they've taken out... This quest used to have several back and forth little things. Hopefully they've taken that out. Ah, you must be the adventurer of whom the Yellow Jackets sent word. Here you are to brave the depths of Sastasha Seagrot. Occupants of those caves are rumored to be as numerous as they are bloodthirsty. No matter what the epic tales would have you believe, strolling into such a den of savagery alone would be the height of foolishness. No, you shall need companions. And you shall need training. We here at the Hall of the Novice can provide. I strongly suggest that you study the fundamentals of group combat before continuing on your mission. The smith here oversees the training schedules. Speak with him, and you can register for exercises tailored to your particular field of expertise. Now, hopefully I can skip that. I've played this game for quite a while. When you have mastered all that our masters have to teach, then it will be time to head north once more. Report to the Yellow Jacket Scout at the mouth of Sastasha Sea Grot, and he will furnish you with the details of your duty. So yeah, we're going to skip that. We're going to go straight up and go ahead and go straight into Sastasha. I'm going to go ahead and come over here, hit my friends list. I'm going to invite Lady Ariston into my my party. That way I have a dedicated healer, and we'll go ahead and cover this. Joining a party. You have formed a party with another player. Parties make it possible to tackle challenges that would be impossible to overcome alone, such as defeating powerful enemies or exploring perilous dungeons. Party chat mode, which is down here, it's hidden behind the picture of me so that things can come through easier without having to expose anybody else that doesn't want to be on stream. You can change to the party chat by clicking over on the little bubble. While in a party, your party's numbers are displayed over here. You can quickly identify who's who. I'm a tank, I'm a gladiator. She is playing the scholar, she is a healer. We'll get 2 damage dealers when we go into the dungeon. You can also target them if you click on them. Party will sometimes be awarded a boost to various attributes based on the jobs, which you can see in the party list. So if I hit O, so strength, dex, vit, intelligence, mine is at +2 at the moment. And remember, your party members are all the in-game embodiment of real living people. Chances are you will see them again online. Karma is alive and well in Eorzea. Treat people well, and you'll have a pleasant time. Treat them poorly, it may come back to bite you. Alright, so we're going to come up here. Please tell me you're here on the Yellow Jacket duty and not some daft sod out for a stroll. I can't take any more of this blasted waiting. You are? Thank the gods. I assume you already know about the ship seen slipping around the Isles of Umbra. We've been on the lookout for pirate activity ever since that vessel was sighted, thinking a crew of cutthroats might have a den nearby. So when we received word that men of questionable quality have been seen passing in and out of Sastasha here, we weren't entirely surprised. I've yet to see them for myself, but if this lot belongs to those fishback fancy serpent reapers, well, you can imagine the panic it'll cause. The kidnappings are still fresh in people's minds. Anyway, your task is to poke around in the caves and find out exactly who we're dealing with. While you do that, I'll be keeping watch out here, praying you don't spot any blue face tattoos. Which is funny, because I have a blue tattoo on my face. So we are going to use the duty finder to enter Sastasha. And on the keyboard shortcut, that's going to be a U. We're going to get this little instance raid things. They are party-based content, which take place in closed environments such as dungeons. The term instance refers to the fact that these areas are reserved for a single group of players, meaning that you will not encounter anybody else during that time. You must rely on your own wits, strength to conquer the challenges that await. To add to the challenge, instance raids have numerous requirements such as time limits, level restrictions, and limitations of changing classes or jobs while within them. They can be joined by either forming a party and speaking with the NPC at the entrance, or by using the duty finder to automatically pair yourself with somebody else. We're going to go ahead and we're going to do the duty finder. Now this guild heist is opened up somewhere else, but we're going to go ahead and do Sastasha. And because we have a healer and a tank, it is near instantaneous. I hope I am geared out well enough. I might be a little bit quiet during this one. It's not too rough though. I'm going to go ahead and watch these cinematics. Like I said, I should have a setting on that once we've watched this once, if I ever come back to Sastasha doing like the daily duty roulettes, that we won't see these intros again. It's something that I have set up because seeing them once is usually enough. we will worry about these things here in a little bit. So we're going to start out, we make sure we have our Iron Will on. We want to make sure that we hit things, make sure that we take the damage, keep them focused on us. So I'll do a rotation a couple of times, and then I'll go back to my Eclipse to hit everything around me. This is just very simple, very basic tanking at the current moment. Later on you get into much more complicated tactics. But for the most part, it's fairly simple at this point in time. Hit them with a shield lob to draw them in. Hit them with a total eclipse to gather everybody's enmity so that they stay focused on me. And then just go back to doing standard damage. Now, what one person ran off to do is there is a note over on the ground, and the note tells you which piece of coral to hit later on. I'll see. Talk to the party real quick to see if what color we're going to be going into. Now, enemies that are red are aggressive to me. On the left here, you'll see that if it's a red square, that means that they're focused on me and not anybody else. It doesn't look like they're responding with what color we need. However, I am dying. I perished. That might be because I'm just a little, I wouldn't say under-leveled, but probably under-geared for this area. Or maybe because my healer ran off to read the note so that somebody knew what color it was. Like I said, we'll read these help things once we're done with the dungeon. We missed it. So he'll spawn 2 more. Since we're going to aggro this anyhow, might as well come down this way. There used to be some treasure. Well, there's one over there is the treasure coffins. And of course he's invulnerable again. Where's our... There we go. Like I said, this area is not too bad. This is the first dungeon. It's really just quite literally an introduction to this this mechanic of dungeoning and how to use the duty finders and how to get into places. Very simple. And it does seem like they've actually made it so that you can do this one. We're not looking at too bad of a gear at this point in time. It's not too rough. Like I said, I think the only reason I perished at the one time was my healer, Dragon. Lady Eorzea had to run off to find out what the note said so that we know where to go when we come up here to this area. Come on. Thank you. Come to me. Now, something I've noticed on PC that's a little bit different from console version, because this is playable on console, both your PlayStation 4s and your Xbox Series. They have a different targeting mechanic on the consoles, and it seems to me that the way that you target on PC is a bit rougher to deal with than the version for your consoles. A little bit easier on consoles than it is here. When I hit tab, I would expect for it to go to my nearest enemy, and sometimes it goes to one that's way out in the background. I don't know if I need to invert something or what's going on with it, but it definitely does not seem to work 100% of the time. And of course, we got somebody who's being a little happy and targeting way out here. But these enemies are fairly simple. We're going to go ahead and take care of them, and we're going to, here in a second, come up to our first boss-ish fight. It's our first little mini-boss area. That's why we need to know what was on the paper. So this barrier here, this purple glowing line, this demarks an area that is a boss area. And he's going to go ahead and hit the red coral. Expose the inconspicuous switch without triggering the trap. If you pick one of the other colors and you don't know what's on the paper, then you get a little bit messed up. You get some extra enemies that you don't really want to mess with. We're going to go ahead and deal with Chopper here. He's our first mini-boss. Again, not very hard. I am going to want to make sure that my low blow and shield bash are in close order to one another. He has a lightning charge ability. There it is. We're going to hit him with that. Stun him so that he doesn't stun us with electrical paralysis. Charge Whiskers. Nope, we don't want you doing that, buddy. Charge Whisker. We're going to run out of it this time. Run back in. And finish him off. Hey, I got to level up. And we've got some treasure that we can greed. Move this out of the way. If need is lit up, it means that it's something for your character type. If greed is lit up, then it's not needed, but you can trade it in at some places for your grand companies to get points. Make sure everybody is nearby, and we're going to go ahead and start hitting these guys. Now, this early in the game, you know, we're leveled to level 18. Looks like 18 is the max level that can be in here. Lady Eorzea is a level 70 person. So she's level 18. So 18 is the max level allowed. I just leveled to 19, I believe. And we don't have me at 19 at the moment, so... Again, we're on another little mini area. We'll run up here and get everybody's attention. And we're going to beat everybody down. Now, I'm going to keep the attention of all three of them. I'm not going to worry about hitting my fight or flight because it's not really needed in this fight. We're just going to wear this guy down. When he gets to a certain point of life, just try to speed this up a little bit, he is going to run away. Because he's a chicken. And there he goes. And we already get another treasure coffer. And a pair of pants that we can't use, so we'll greed them. Alright. Now, later on in the game, we'll come back and we'll finish mapping this area off. But right now, we're just going to run through. We're not going to visit every little room. If I were to do that, people would be like, what the F are you doing? And I really don't want to deal with that. So we're not going to. We're just going to follow the normal stature. We're going to skip about less than an eighth of it. They're just other rooms with other little pieces of treasure. Not really needed at the moment. And definitely not needed to progress the storyline. So we're just going to run through, do the content that we really need to, and keep pressing on. As Filinks will tell you, World of Warcraft has similar things, where little side rooms where you can get little extra pieces of treasure and whatnot that aren't really needed. Come on, you. Come down here. I need to change where some of my stuff are so that the party is actually visible to me and everybody else, because right now it's covered up by my skills. But I will handle that after we're out of the dungeon. Alright, so there goes that guy. We're going to come up here. We need to go into the captain's quarters. Thankfully somebody picked up the captain's quarters keys. That's important to get through the door. Looks like we have a Arcanist, and I don't know what you are. I can't remember what that symbol is. Where's Nico? I cannot remember what that symbol is off the top of my head. Ah, Arcanist. So we have an Arcanist and a Thaumaturge. Two good classes, two good direct damage dealers for magic. Only one problem, like I've said in the past, with your magic long-range damage dealers is, well, they have to stand still to cast. That is the only problem I have with them, is you have to stand still to cast. You cannot move. And that is a problem because sometimes there's a lot of mechanics that you have to contend with. You have to move around a lot, and if you don't know how to, what they consider slide casting, which is where when your timer gets down to a certain point, you know your spell's going to go through, you kind of start moving in a left to right instead of front to back orientation. You basically start strafing, and you can still cast your spell and move a little bit. Otherwise, you have to cancel your spell, move out of the way, and then restart casting it. Now, they do give you some instant cast abilities, but they're far and few between, and sometimes just a pain. Now, for this one, I'll run over here. We'll hit these three, and we're going to face the other way, because when we get down far enough, he's going to release the Dogs of War. And I mean that literally, not figuratively. There are some dogs back here that we're going to have to pick up very, very shortly-ish. After we get him to a certain health point, he's going to open up. Right about half health. There we go. Get over here. There we go. And there we go. He runs off again like the scaredy he is. Now, they gave us like 80 or 90 minutes to complete this dungeon, but even at this low level, we don't need anywhere near that time. We're actually almost all the way to the main boss area of this area. Come on. Stop running away. Stop hitting my healer. There we go. We're going to come over here. Like I said, we're not going to worry about going in the other directions. We're not going to worry about going in the little offshoots. We're just going to go about our business and take out the main enemy. Always want to mix in your Total Eclipse and your AoEs in there as best as possible. Keep the aggro on you if you're playing a tank. Now, like I said, we have two casters. They're doing a massive amount of damage, which is always good. Kill things as fast as possible. Shield block that person. Grab these two. We don't want to cross the purple barricade just yet. Keep an eye on the left-hand side. Make sure that nothing goes into the yellow. That means somebody else is pulling aggro away from me. Never want to see that. Alright. And now it's time for the big boss. Psh, you sully our spawn. And this is the big bad guy, not the pirate, no. Somebody else. The Den of Orca-Toothed. Now, gotta keep an eye out. Want to kind of pull him back towards the middle a little bit. Eventually, we'll see some things where these bubbles are going to start doing, and we're probably just going to push through it. Hopefully we can deal enough damage, but bubbles start forming on the water's surface. We want to stay out of the way of Hydra Ball. And eventually, if you let them go, they actually spawn additional monsters. But we're probably going to rip through this guy fast enough that we're not going to have to worry about them. Yeah, he's already down 2/3 of his life. Try to keep my eye on the back, make sure that the healer doesn't start getting hit. A new enemy approaches. We got some ads, but like I said, he's dead, and the ads just disappear. Now there's going to be a whole lot of reading because we've unlocked a whole lot of things. Duty is complete. In the future, I will probably skip this part if possible, but figure we should see it at least once. Now, we got player commendations. I can't give a commendation to somebody that's in my party, and I will greet the 2 additional roles. So that is one of the drawbacks of coming in with a full party is you cannot commendate your own people. but I'm going to go ahead and exit out. I think I got most of the gear. Now, one setting that is on this character that I have off on most other characters is all that equipment went into here. So I have probably quite a bit of equipment in some places. Like I have 4 hands now, which these I can wear, and they're much better than what I have on. So we're going to go ahead and update those. Those aren't better. Those are not better. Nope. Let's go item comparison real quick. Let's see what gear recommendation has to offer. Yeah, it wants the Oura ring back on there. Yeah, not better. We're going to update our set, and we're going to do a bit of reading. Close, thank you. Like I said, on other characters that I play, I have the put everything into here turned off because we have very limited inventory space, especially once you start unlocking all the classes. But for right now, we have to go to my HUD layout. Let me change my... What is it? My item help? Action help. We'll move you out of the way. Where do we want to put you? Don't really need our hot bar. Oh no, because if I hover over them, that's going to be not good. Down there is not going to be good either. This is a conundrum. We'll go here, just for now. Item help can stay there for now. We'll go ahead and cancel. We'll go ahead and save these, close out, and we'll just leave those there then. All right. Player commendations is a system whereby you can commend a party member who left a positive impression upon the course of the duty. Upon completion, it'll bring up a menu that you can select. Please note, they cannot be given to people who are in your party at the time of the duty registration. And they can be accumulated over time by receiving a certain amount. You will unlock achievements that grant special rewards. And what we can do is we can come here, go to Reputation, and I have received 2 player commendations. Loot rules. Whenever you open a treasure chest, a loot list will appear. If someone in your party opens a coffer, you will receive a notice in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Clicking on this notice will bring up the loot list. For each item, you will have the opportunity to select Need, Greed, or Pass. Need, you really need the item. Greed, you want it, but you don't need it. Pass, no, I don't want it. Once everybody has voted or the time limit runs out, it's distributed. Players may change their selection to Pass after selecting Need or Greed, but once Pass has been selected, the decision is deemed final. If everybody chooses Pass, then the item is discarded. Guild and quest-related items will be divided evenly amongst all members. Now, one thing they don't explain is if you select Greed, even if you need it, you cannot go back in and select Need afterwards. Whatever you stick, you can either go to that or lower, but you can't go from... I'm not sure if you can go from Pass to, or Need to Greed, but you cannot go from Greed up to Need. I messed that up one day and lost an item. Level Sync. It's a system which allows players who are level 70 or higher to adjust down for fates and dungeons, so temporarily reduces you. When your level is synced, your personal attributes, but your gear will automatically be lowered to meet the requirements. Once it's end, everything is restored. Experience earned, while level synced, is based off the synced level, not your current level. However, it will be added to the progress of the ladder. So it'll give you the amount of appropriate experience for that level, and it'll be added on to your current level. Knocked out. I died. When your HP is reduced to 0, you are knocked out and rendered unable to perform any actions. You are left with two options: either return to your current home point, or wait for another PC to revive you using an action or spell. When in an instance dungeon, you will return to the entrance of that dungeon. In addition, rendering you weakened after being raised, suffering a knockout also severely damages our gear. We're going to want to go get healed. It doesn't do it as badly anymore. And we've reached level 10, so clearing instances. Instance raid comes with several rules, including time limits and restrictions. Instance areas can be left at any time by using an exit or selecting leave from the duty finder. By doing so, remember that you will be abandoning your party in the process. Exits will also appear after defeating the bosses, which is what we took to leave. Once a boss has been engaged, players will be unable to enter or leave the immediate area. Make sure that all your party members are in there. So once you cross this area and engage the boss, specifically when you engage the boss, you have a 15-second timer, then the area locks out and you're not able to leave. As such, if somebody dies and doesn't wait for somebody to bring them back to life and they try to run back to the area will be locked off and they will not be able to re-enter. If you are knocked out during an instance raid, you may either have a party member raise you or choose to return to the entrance. And limit breaks. This was the nice little bar that was up here. Limit breaks are powerful actions which are only available to parties of 4 or more members. And they can be executed when the party's limit gauge is full, which we did not use this time. Fill slowly as you start taking damage and doing damage. Limit break trigger is located under traits, which we don't have it on there. The tank very rarely ever limit breaks. It's usually your DPSs that you want to have limit break because they do the most damage. There are 5 different types of limit breaks. Single target attacks, attacking all targets in a straight line, ranged. Area of effects, which are casters. Increased party defense, which is the tank, which is why we almost never do it. And HP restoration, which is the healer, which actually does happen in some of the larger raids. Which type depends on the class or job. Limit gauge length varies depending on size and battle type. The more party members you have and the more difficult the foe, the more options you'll have. Now, at this low of a level, we will probably end up killing them before we ever deal with them needing the limit break. I'm going to go ahead and disband the party. See if we have anybody new in the chat. Does not currently look like it, but I know it's been a little while, so I will introduce myself again. I am Trainer276. I am a variety streamer. I play Final Fantasy XIV and Disgaea 5 at the moment. Currently, Final Fantasy XIV is in patch 5.3.5. Tomorrow they are patching the servers, though, to go to 5.4, and that's going to bring a slew of changes. And I'm going to... I need to invite her to the party if I want to use the thing, but I will walk off. That is a 2-person carriage where she could fly me around. However, trying to tell her where I need to go without first... being in a party chat or a Discord chat or something along those lines is a little bit rough. So, I think here in a moment, we're going to go turn this quest in. I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break to get some more drink. Talking is busy work. But we're going to come down here to the ferry skipper. We're going to go back to Limsa Lominsa. And from there, we're going to go turn in this quest. We're going to go to I believe it's the aft castle that I want. Actually thinking about it, I don't think it is. No, it is. I chose correctly, though I thought I chose wrongly. First, we're going to stop by here, though. We're going to mend our arms and armor, because we did die that once, and we took a beating. Now, one of the things they recently changed, if I remember correctly, is supposedly your gear will no longer take damage unless you're in an instance dungeon or if you're doing something called a fate, which we have not ran across yet. We've ran through a couple, but we haven't actually participated in any. And I find that kind of interesting. And there we are, silently explaining everything. Aye, such a task was on the books. Was, mind. I'm afraid that ship has already sailed, friend. Ah, might you be the adventurer who accepted the job of investigating Chastasha? Well, yes, I am. Humph. It would seem that ship has not only sailed, but now returns to harbor, none the worse for its voyage. A pity. We dragged our boots too long on this one. No matter. The wheel will turn, and our chance will come. You are right, of course. But there shall be no rest till we have attained our goal, lofty though it may be. Not a wink of sleep, great leader. Our aim, lest you wonder, is to perform such feats of heroism as will earn us a place in the songs of every alehouse in Eorzea. We mean to write a legend, which will inspire adventurers as yet unborn to follow our shining example. Do you have such goal, large or small? It matters not. Only have a star to reach for, and you will reach higher. Purpose can sustain you through times of hardship. Keep your eye on the prize, and all obstacles will be overcome in time. You would not think to stride into battle unclad, would you? Well, goals as arms and armor for the spirit. I wish you fortune in your endeavors, sir. That seems polite enough. Back then, are you? With all your limbs and a tale to tell, I'll wager. Blah 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 blah. Fishbacks. And there I was thinking you'd only have to crack a pirate skull or three. 7 L's. You turn your back for 5 bloody minutes, and the scaly bastards set up shop on your bleeding doorstep. Still sounds like you left them in pieces, so I don't suppose they'll be carrying out whatever mischief they was planning. Unless they was planning on feeding themselves to the fauna of Sashtasha, of course. Any road, all's well that ends well. On behalf of Limsa, I thank you for shedding some light on this mystery. You've lived up to your reputation, and I can't ask for no more than that. Now, I bet you're dying for a rest, but just in case you're not, I was wondering if you might be interested in taking on another job. Just so happens that I've had a request from our sister guild in Gridania, see. Seems the forest folken are needing an adventurer with what can get things done. For them to ask for help like this, you can bet the task won't be no skip through the sunny glade. But after the way you dealt with our fishback infestation, I doubt it's anything you can't handle. Give us a shot when you're ready, and I'll lay it out for you. So we're going to take, like I said, a quick pause here. I'm going to go get some more drink, and I will be right back as soon as this quest completes. And we've unlocked the party finder. We'll go over that as soon as I return. So give me 3 minutes, everybody, and I will be right back. Alright, everybody, we are back, and we are going to continue on pressing on. Let's see real quick. Let me do a little uptime command. Let's see how long. 2 hours and 42 minutes. Got about another 2 hours or so before I'm going to call it a night. Let's see what Bateron has for us now. Oh, look, we get some high potions and some aethers. Ready to hear about that job then? Like I said, the request comes from our sister guild in Gridania. And that's all I know. But whatever it is you get asked to do, I somehow doubt it pose any trouble for a venturer as survived the bedlam of Sastasha. If you think you might be interested, you'll want to have words with Mother Mione, my counterpart in Gridania. Good luck, mate. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and... There's my lift attendant. We're going to go upstairs. We're going to head back to the airship landing, and we're going to head over to Gridania. Let's see here. I'm going to open up my tracker real quick. We are on Call of the Force, so yes, we have officially finished everything to do with our beginning state, which was Ulda in this case, and we are now outside of our beginning city area. We are going to go over to Gridania, and we're going to pick up this next quest. Looks like we've got maybe 2 quests, and we'll have our next dungeon already. I will say that they have limited quite a bit of the back and forth that I remember even trying to get to these quest lines for these dungeons. There was a lot more like the... it's probably Pirates Quest probably had like 6 or 7 back and forth fetch type quests between them, so they have really streamlined that. I'm really glad to see that. Oh, not here to dine? Dare I hope that you're the adventurer Bateron sent word about. You are? The matron be praised. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Mione, and the Carline Canopy is my place. With regard to the task in question, there is a fair bit to tell. Let me know when you're ready to hear the details, and I shall brief you. Alright. I'm going to go ahead and move this potion over, and I'm going to move this potion down. Well, it looks like we got a faded copy of the Riptide. I have to do something about that here in a little while. Can't wait until we unlock retainers, which isn't too far away, thankfully. Mione is waiting for you to brief you on a task. Ready for that briefing? Good. Now then, here's the long and short of it. Beg pardons for interrupting, Mione, but our need grows ever more pressing. Have none stepped forward? And good morrow to you, Bow Lord. Your need must be pressing indeed for you to honor us with a visit. Good news is, your journey hasn't been wasted. I'm pleased to report that we have a volunteer at last, and one who comes highly recommended at that. Hello, Robin Hood. Oh, Lewin, I mean. Oh, Lewin. My thanks for answering the call, friend. My name is Lewin, and I lead the men and women of the God's Quiver. Now, time is of the essence, so I shall proceed directly to the heart of the matter. We wish for you to nip a potential threat to Gridania in the bud. Beneath the central child, there lies an underground burial site called the Tam Terra Deepcroft. The place was once a Gelmorian settlement, but we Gridanians have long interred our dead there. Of late, however, shadowy figures have been seen skulking about the Deepcroft, with ever-increasing regularity. Based on the accounts of various witnesses, we suspect that these individuals belong to the Lambs of Dalamud, a doomsday cult which sprung up prior to the calamity. These zealots will have proven themselves dangerous in the past, and we leave them to our own devices at our peril. Ordinarily, I would have dispatched my best men to scour the Deepcroft with orders to flush the cultist out. Alas, the calamity decimated our ranks, and the limited forces at my disposal are constantly required to keep the Ixal at bay. The birdmen have grown restless of late, and I fear a storm may be brewing. In anticipation of this, I have been compelled to spread our forces throughout the Twelveswood, lest we be taken unawares. The situation so being, we must turn to others to deal with the Lambs of Dalamud. Can we rely on you to undertake this task, friend? Well, why, of course. You have my gratitude. Once you've seen to your preparations, pray, make your way to the Deepcroft, and identify yourself to the guard posted at the entrance. He will appraise you of the latest development. That is all. Be careful out there, you hear. May the crystal guide you, keep you. Alright. So we're going to make a little detour. Not that this dungeon is much harder, but I do want to make sure that my gear is up to snuff. We're going to go see about some gear. Alright. Tool supplier we don't need yet. Battlecraft supplier is one that I'm going to want to talk to. Independent tailor. Disciple of Ward gear. We are levels 20 to 29. This is a vast improvement. We want to go ahead and pick it up. Now, heavy iron armor, if you can see, it says you cannot equip gear to the head, which means the iron Soletta that I just picked up would be moot and pointless. However, the iron cuirass is a good improvement, so we're going to go ahead and purchase one of those. Iron gauntlets are not an improvement. We're not going to worry about that. The iron plate belt, on the other hand, is a definite improvement. Again, this one you cannot equip shoes, so we're going to go with the padded cotton trousers, which are also a good improvement. And the iron sabatons. We'll go ahead and purchase those as well. We're going to come over here as well to the Battlecraft supplier, and we're going to see if there's a new weapon that I can pick up. Which we do. We have the Carnage Sword. It's not the greatest improvement, but if we do an item comparison, strength, skill, speed, and it's only +1 to vitality. It's only +2 to damage. I'm not going to worry about it at this moment. We did pick up some really good armor, though, so we're going to go ahead and equip all of that. Oh, we're occupied. We can't. There we go. So we're going to go ahead and equip all that, update our gear set, and we're going to look for the jeweler, which is actually right over here. We're going to get some Battlecraft accessories, and we're going to see if there's anything we can really use. Item comparison, nope. The weathered earrings that we got for free are still much better. Even though the item level is higher, what we get here with all 6 abilities is much better. Let's see the brass gorget. Again, the weathered choker is still much better. Hardened wristbands. Again, the bonuses from the weathered match for the most part and gives us extra ones. And for rings, brass rings are the highest we can get. And this is actually a pretty good upgrade. We get strength, vitality, dexterity, and direct hit rate for replacing our right ring. Our left ring, however, is a weathered ring, so we're going to keep that. We are going to pick up 1 brass ring. Let's make sure we're not taking up anybody's time. And yeah, we're going to go ahead and equip that, upgrade our set, and we are good. Now, we are going to be going to Central Shroud, and that is the, I'm going to say that is the Yellow Gate. I know it's not the White Wolf Gate, that is a level 30 area. It's still in the Central Shroud, however, but it is a much harder area. So we're going to go to the, I believe, the Yellow Wolf Gate. Oh, no, Blue Badger. Mapping the realm. I do find it a little funny that in some of these major areas, the moment you step out in them, you get the full map instantly. Bam, there it is, full map. But in dungeons and other places, you actually have to run around and collect every little area. So it is a nifty little thing that they've changed. It's actually quite nice. for these beginning areas. But later on, we will have to travel around the entire map to get the mapping the realm to happen. Now, while I'm here, once again, first things we do when we're coming through an area is we want to find our Kokobo, which is down and to the left, and we want to find our crystal, which is also here. And one of the other things that we're going to do while we're here is there's a quest here. Am I in the right area? Did I go the wrong way? I mayhaps went the wrong way. So we're just going to take a trip to the water here. Just jump up here. There we go. Now we're in the city. We are going to pick up this blue question mark here, and we'll run down and take care of that one here in a brief second. Hey, Catterall, it's great to see you here. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Hope your day at work is going well. I believe you're at work today. I know it's a bit late. Correct me if I'm wrong, but are you not an adventurer? I've seen you running to and fro, face set in grim determination as adventurers are wont to do, hence my presumption. If so, the information. Almost done is great. Glad you get to go home to your family, kick up your feet, and hopefully get some rest and relaxation in. Rumor has it that plots within the Lavender Beds are to be auctioned off. What's more, bidders need not even be Gradanian. Any old adventurer or wandering minstrel could, with sufficient funds, purchase land and build their own home. Considering how discerning the elements tend to be about who can and cannot reside within the Twellswood, it's rather surprising, if not hard to believe. But if there is truth to these rumors, well, who hasn't dreamed of owning their own forest cottage, perhaps with a small vegetable garden and a stable large enough for a Kokobo or two? You know, should your travels take you to the Mirror Planks, where the ferry to the Lavender Beds is, perhaps you'll find a Twin Adder representative who can tell you more. I would be shocked they weren't involved in such a monumental change in policy. We'll head down and we'll take care of that. We're going to be in the same area. But of course, tune to the Aetherite. We're going to go down and we're going to talk to the Kokobo stableman, get that place unlocked so that we can travel to and fro. Then we will wander south. Well met. Update my register, and then we are going to click nothing. Why? Well, because we don't need to go anywhere yet, or at least nowhere that he can supply. We are going to come down here, go ahead and knock off this quest to go into the housing area, and then we'll go over and finish up with the next dungeon. Let's see. Now, one of the good things is under duty and under recommendations, it'll tell you what in the area is on your hunting log. And currently, we have nothing. So we're not going to worry about that, thankfully. Do still need to do some things on the hunting log. You know, we still have the giant tortoises and the western Thanolin. Everything here, I think, is in Thanolin, and they are. And we can't even see rank 3 until we've completed rank 2, which I really wish they'd just open it up so you can see everything, so you know if I should go out of my way and take care of everything in Thanolin and then worry about coming to these areas, or if it matters. Now, if I remember correctly, it does matter a little bit. We should probably go back and finish up that hunt log, but we'll get to that in a moment. Good day to you, sir. What can I... you wish to know about the auctions. Very well, allow me to explain. There is a growing concern that our immigration policies may have been a tad restrictive in the past. And so, the Seedseer Council and the Order of the Twin Adder have, with the blessings of the elementals, decreed that the Lavender Beds be set aside for adventurers. Adventurers who possess the necessary funds to purchase and maintain their estates, that is. Should you look upon the beds with your own eyes, though, I think you'll agree that it is well worth the price. Have a word with the skipper over yonder. She'll ferry you across. A recruit stationed at the pier can tell you more about the beds once you've arrived. Proceed. You may visit any residential ward inside this area. We'll go ahead and hop over real quick. Now, the problem is, so there's 24 wards. Each ward has 60 plots, and they're all taken. They are taken within moments of them becoming available. I know people who have stayed up multiple hours trying to get housing. I know guilds that set up rotations for members in multiple time zones to sit there trying to get zones. When they first become available, you can purchase them immediately. However, if somebody sells or the house gets demolished, there's a random number generated timer that starts ticking. You never know what it is, and whoever gets there and clicks at the right time gets to get the house. Greetings, adventurer. Welcome to the Lavender Beds. Oh, you come at the behest of a Gridanian woman? I regret to inform you that these plots are reserved for adventurers. Your friend will not be permitted to take part in the auctions. You, on the other hand, would be more than welcome to participate. Should you have a mind to purchase a plot for yourself, pray, speak with the resident caretaker. He can guide you through the process. Now, I highly doubt it. Oh, I can. Lady Ariston was kind enough to allow me into her estate, but it's all the way out in an area of the game that we have not unlocked yet, so we will not be going there anytime soon. So now we're going to go back. We're going to go ahead and take care of Fire in the Gloom. I'm going to go ahead and take the other quest off of here for right now, because we're not going to head back that way until after we've gone to the next area, which is to go into a dungeon. Always running, 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 running. So as you can see on the mini-map, it's telling me I have a quest that is complete up north. I'm not going to go do that yet. We are going to come down here. We're going to scoot into the Tamtar Deepcroft after probably getting caught by some monsters. Might not be high enough level to just scoot by them. They're probably going to want to attack me. We shall see how that goes. We just saw those guys. Oh, good. Somebody else is already down here clearing some things out for us. That is wonderful. We're going to come over here to the God's Quiver Bow guy. You're Lil Wolf Ariston, I take it. Thanks for helping us out, friend. No doubt the Bow Lord has already informed you, but your task is to enter the Deepcroft and purge it of the Lambs of Dalamod. In case you're unfamiliar with them, the cult emerged shortly before the Calamity put an end to the 6th Astral Era. The cultists took the lesser moon, Dalamud, for their god, believing that it would deliver them from the devastation. And so they were rather disappointed when Dalamud exploded into 1,000 flaming pieces before it could complete its descent. Now, having seen their god turn to ash, one would think that the cultists might feel moved to question their faith. On the contrary, it served only to stoke the flames of their fanaticism. The Lambs of Dalamud are convinced that heretics, that is to say everyone but them, interfered with the coming of their Lord and Savior, and that it's now their sacred duty to avenge him. Whatever it is they're doing in the Deepcroft, you may be sure that no good will come of it. The Sake of Gridania and Eorzea at large put an end to their madness. We can now do the Tamtar Deepcroft. I am going to go ahead and open up my friends list here once again. We're going to go ahead and invite Lady Ariston back to a party. We are going to go ahead and queue up for the Tamtar Deepcroft. We're going to go ahead and actually do this. It says, when using the duty roulette, you will be assigned a random duty from among those you have unlocked. In return for leaving your destination in the hands of fate, you will receive enhanced rewards. Furthermore, should you happen to be an adventurer in need, that is to say your role is in short supply, you will receive an additional bonus. So what they're talking about is over here on the duty roulette tab. I have duty roulette leveling. Now, we're not going to use this because I need to get in and do this quest, and there's a chance that they might do Sastasha and not Tamtar Deepcroft. Currently, the adventurer in need is the healer, and she'd get an extra bit of experience and an extra bit of gil. Unfortunately, like I said, we're going to go to here. We're going to hit this way. And because we have a tank and a healer, we're queued up immediately. Now, very rarely will you ever see them be DPS classes. Tanks and healers are almost always in the most supply, or are most needed, and there's way too many DPS dealers out there. And that is why, honestly, it's one of the reasons I chose to do a tank. because I know these dungeons well enough that I can tank them, and because I'll get into the queues quickly. Especially with Dragon Rat, Lady Ariston, playing her healer, we'll get queued up nearly instantly. Reply. Alright, we're going to go ahead and start the area. So this time, looks like my coming into this instance and getting instance down or level sync down turned off my Iron Will. I'm going to need to move that Total Eclipse again, my actions bar. This thing is just in a bad area. We'll throw it down. I have no clue where to throw it. We'll throw it over here for now. Alright, there we go. That way it's not getting in the way of a few things. So sometimes, or most times, when you are level synced down when you're using the Duty Finder, your Iron Will just disappear. You gotta make sure that you turn it back on. It's sad, it sucks, especially when you're a much higher level. You have to remember to turn it back on. Many times I've started dungeons and people have forgotten it. And things go a little sideways at the start, but it quickly gets corrected. People remind them of it. Again, this is a very short thing. 88 minutes is not going to be anywhere near the time that we're going to need. We're probably going to be finishing it well within 15 at the very most. Maybe 20. It looks like we have a Black Mage, or a Thaumaturge. Probably a Black Mage, I think. And a Rogue. And once again, we will not be going into any of the little side rooms. We will be just pressing forward as fast as possible. Later on, when we're a much higher level, we'll do something called Unsynced, where we will come in here at 30, 40, 50 level, where we can one-shot most of the enemies and just walk through here like it's piece cake. And we will map it out at that time so we can get the achievement for mapping the realm. This is not a very long dungeon, thankfully. Especially if you know what you're doing, which most of these guys probably do. Don't know them, but let's see if we hit O. Oh yeah, these guys are 40s, 50s, and 60s. They should well know this dungeon. Alright, and we're at our first little mini-boss area, which isn't even like an actual mini-boss. They're going to burn him down. And then, as soon as this priest dies, there's going to be a void scent that's going to spawn. We're going to want to attack him, keep him facing away from everybody. He does a conical attack, if I remember correctly, that we're going to want to dodge around and use our abilities to avoid. Now, later on, there's the conical ability, Condemnation. Later on in the game, you get to unlock harder versions of this. I don't think I've ever actually ran through them, unfortunately, except break this orb. Yeah, the harder ones, I think I've ran through literally just to run through them. Come on. There we go. Oh my, no wonder. Ability swap. I still have this turned off so that I can Always want to make sure it's locked when you're fighting, because otherwise you may end up causing your abilities to slide around, and that can get confusing, because next thing you know, things aren't where you want them to be or where you're expecting them to be. So, always want to make sure that your abilities are locked down. And we're going to get an ad from this guy over here. Close in. Now, unfortunately, the hallways are kind of a bad spot. It's hard to see around them. It's hard for my casters to cast around them. And the healer definitely needs it, because she needs line of sight to her targets to heal. So don't want to end up getting too far ahead of her. Definitely want to make sure that you stay within line of sight of your healers, or you may find yourself, like I was last time, in KO'd. Like I said, this is a fairly quick dungeon. It's not going to take too long to get through it. And I once again, I need to make sure I move where that is down a bit further, just so that the information for this dungeon and where we're at in the progress line is actually displayed while I'm hovering over my abilities. It'll take some time to filter all this stuff out to make sure it gets where it needs to go. Go ahead and come over here, get this treasure coffer. And we'll run down this way. Here's our second little mini boss area. Already taking some good time. Come up here, hit them all, gather them up. Thankfully, there is no there is a player versus player area, but when you're in a party like this, their abilities do not harm you, which is good, because I probably would have died 9,000 times over by now. So no need to fear or worry about that. When you're in a party, the other party members' abilities do not harm you. Yours do not harm them, which is a great and wonderful thing. Imagine trying to fight battles like this and you have to worry about friendly fire. It would be disastrous. Now, we did hit level 21. We should be able to go back to Ulda and pick up our next class quest. Now, these are... I'll need them, or I'll greet them. I'll pass, because I already own those. So... the game is smart enough to tell you if you already possess a unique item so that you can't pick it up again. Just won't let you do it, unfortunately. Alright, those two are down. We're going to come down this way. Shield lob. Everything up. This is pretty much how each dungeon goes for quite a while. Do have to worry about some boss mechanics. We'll get to those here in a second. This one has some tethered ads that pop out, and if you don't kill the tethered ad, then, well, unfortunately you won't be able to damage him. He becomes invulnerable. So you must take care of the ads, and as well as the tank, you need to round them up anyhow so they don't go after your casters. So the biggest thing here for a tank is what we call aggro control, making sure that everything that needs to be aggroed is aggroed to you as you fight it. And it looks like I got some gear. Things are being added to my armory. Stay out of cone. Make sure that we're hitting everything. Make sure that there's that cone again. want to start running this way. Again, we're calling for what the people want. They want to finish this as fast as possible, get as much experience as possible, and they really don't want to dilly-dally in some of the side rooms, so we're just running towards the end, taking out as many things as possible. It's a common theme, unfortunately, in all the dungeons, up until the very, most current, most recent versions. Alright. Kick this guy's butt. Make sure I got him. I'm going to go ahead and round up these two. Now, we cannot go through this sealed barrier at the moment. We don't have the key. We're going to go get that here in a brief second. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of the groundsman. He's a threat. Now, the rogue would have been interesting to play, but they have a lot of positionals, even at the early stage of the games. And positionals are, do I need to be in front of the enemy, behind the enemy, to one of his sides? Tank is much more straightforward, and like I said, the tank with a healer that is helping me out, my wonderful wife. Looks like we've lost one party member to a doorbell, but we shouldn't struggle too much. I'm just going to sit here and spam my Eclipse. Make sure that I keep all the aggro, make sure that even with the party member missing that we're still doing a good job. So that Cultist Rosary is what we need to break that barrier, and we're going to grab that here in a second. Maybe while Barantha is dealing with her doorbell, I can scooch down my health bar real quick, do my HUD layout, and we're going to take the action help and we're going to move it down to here. We're not going to be doing any of the alliances anytime soon, so that should be fine. We'll go ahead and get this while we wait. And this is something that you have to deal with in a party. Sometimes life happens and you have to take a small break in the middle of things. Let them know that, just communicate to them that, now that they're back, we're going to press on. There's no worries, life happens. And here comes one of the fun fights. So, we've got two groups of people. We're going to rush in here. Everybody's going to probably aggro to me anyhow because we open the gate. We're just going to sit here, gather them all up into one place, let our magic dealers do massive AoE fights. Now, the one issue is, though, we'll have not one, but two voids sent after this, if I remember correctly. We'll need to take care of both of them. Oh, just the one. Alright. I'm going to turn him around so he faces away from everybody. Because he has that cone of damage that we are going to do. I think I'm just out of range for Lady. There's that cone. We want to avoid that at all costs. Jump back in front of him. Keep him pointed away from everybody. Thankfully, we haven't had any enemies yet that do any of the sight abilities where you have to face away from them, or they deal some paralysis or poisons or other things. Usually it's paralysis. Go ahead and open this up. Now this is a nice improvement. I'm going to need this so that if I win it, I can equip it immediately and get some better stuff. Who summons me from the void to reside within this crude vessel? Followers of Dungeons and Dragons? Meet Cthulhu. Oh, Scott mapping their own. We didn't have to hit all the little areas after all. Maybe that's one of the advancements that they've made, or one of the improvements. It looks like we got a little bit of the side areas even though we never went into them. Alright, let's go ahead and start this fight. He is a magic user. We're going to want to stay pretty much on top of him the entire time. He will summon some adds when we get him down low enough. It's not worth it to try and block his water spell. There are some other ones. I'm actually going to do something called focus target, so I know what he's doing at all times. There's going to be an ability coming out that we will not be able to. I'm going to try, but I don't think we can break it. We are going to want to come over here, hit this imp, wrap up everything else before it starts hitting our healer. But as you saw, we cannot damage him until that imp is dead. He is invulnerable for that entire time. Now, the focus target, what I did up there is you right-click on his name on his bar up here, and it allows me to see, even if I switch off of him, it allows me Mind Blast. So we're going to try to low blow it. I don't think we can. Nope, we're going to want to get out of it, because it will paralyze you, and we don't want that. I am the main tank. I am the person who's taking all the damage, and we don't want him to get around to our healers. Now, this one is going to be not problematic. Try to grab up as many things as possible before they start hitting things. And we're going to go after the Inconspicuous Imp, just so that we can make sure that we're dealing with the main guy as much as possible. Now, I do believe he only uses that one ability once. There we go, leveling again. We definitely have at least one class quest available to us at this point. You do get, we're getting 50% experience bonus, and that is a level 1 limit break that one of the DPSs just used. Abbott and Costello, thank you for joining us. My name is Trainer276. I am a variety streamer. I stream usually Mondays and Thursdays, but Final Fantasy XIV here is going to be closed down tomorrow because of a full day patch. Unfortunately, they left before I could give a commendation. I will greet all the things. More than likely, Lady Eorzea will probably pass on everything. She is a much higher level. Thursdays I usually stream Disgaea 5. It is a strategy tactical RPG game. It's a wonderful game. While the game itself is only about 20 to 30 hours worth of gameplay, maybe a bit more, might be up to about 40, the after game effects are ungodly long. Trying to reach level 9,999, trying to get the platinum trophies, doing all the character world stuff, doing all of the item board stuff, getting all the trophies, getting all the hidden trophies. It takes a long time. So I'm going to be playing that game for quite a while. Some of the sessions, unfortunately, are going to be grind fest, where we get to watch and do the exact same thing over and over and over again. But that's why I like to mix it up with Final Fantasy XIV here. We are experiencing the 5.3 changes for the main storyline quest. We are already much further ahead than what usually happens in these from the first time I played this game. So the 5.3 has done a lot away with a lot of the back and forth. They've really streamlined some of the quests. It doesn't really, if you look at some of the trackers, it doesn't look like a lot of things have been changed. Only 20 or so quests from the main storyline for A Realm Reborn. But when you actually sit down and experience, and all the little sub-parts, and run to here, now run back to here, now run back over to here, now go over to this place, now come back to here, a lot of that is gone. We're already up to the second dungeon. It used to take me 4 days to get to this point of running back and forth. I'm going to go ahead and read this real quick. Oh, adventurers only? Is that so? Well, these are trying times, and it's more important than ever for Gridania to attract capable individuals like yourself. I'm sure that one day my dreams will come to fruition. One day I'll have my own cottage and stables filled with my beloved chocobos. So this was just a quick quest to unlock the housing area in this area. Completely full up at this time. Completely full for most times. It's, It's a great day when you can actually get a house. I know people stay up for 48, 72, 96 hours straight, or they get their guild together to get a free company house, and they'll just sit there and they'll work out a schedule so that people can try to get a house for when a plot becomes available. I'm really hoping Final Fantasy XIV's creator Square Enix fixes this in the near future. I've done some of the math, and it looks that it's about 1 in every 6 people can have a house. I'm on the Lamia server. They have about 104,000 people. You've only got about 5,700 houses, so it's about 1 in every 6 people actually can have a house. And that just seems a little low for me. I really think that more people should have access to housing. Now, I know they've talked about adding hardware and how difficult it is in the middle of COVID to take care of that, so we'll see what the future holds. So let's see, we are on Fire in the Gloom. So we have finished this quest. Go ahead and mark that off. We should not be... We're actually still quite a ways away from... Quite a few away. About 20-ish quests away from being able to choose our Grand Company and possibly getting our own Kokobo. And yes, as Dragon Rat is pointing out, yes, those are just the individual players, and that's just for individual housing. Free companies take up the same housing as your normal players. They don't get special areas. They're not in special locations for the free company to use. They take up a plot just like everybody else. So, on top of the 104,000 people, you have all the free companies as well, bidding for the 5,700 plots of land. It's a little short-sighted, in my opinion. So it's probably even less than 1 in 6 get a house, just because of that fact alone. It says, welcome back. I'm reliably informed that your foray into Deepcroft was a success. Nor did I expect anything less. Bateron's ringing endorsement left me a little doubt as to your capabilities. Even so, you are to be commended. Lord Lewin asked me to pass on his thanks. I must say, it's something of a relief to be able to call upon such capable adventure. Sadly, death has become an ever more common occurrence within our fraternity of late. Times being what they are, the guild is constantly inundated with petitions, and we are hard-pressed to find enough hands to deal with them all. While this means no shortage of work for able souls such as yourself, it also provides ample opportunity for the inexperienced to overreach themselves, with predictable consequences. As to illustrate the point. Avir's gone, and it's all your fault. If it hadn't taken you an age to heal him, he would still be alive. But I tried. He bolted out of range before I could finish the spell. He shouldn't have been so hard-pressed in the first place. We should have done more to lighten his burden. Bah. To the hells with this pathetic excuse for a party. I'm leaving, and it'd be too soon if I never see your faces again. Goodbye and good riddance. I'm leaving as well. I doubt this comes as any surprise, but I never liked you. I only suffered you for your healing, but you couldn't even do that one thing right. Cruel though this may sound, you brought this upon yourself. Oh, by way of some parting advice, get rid of Aver's head. Bury it, cremate it, do whatever the hells you like with it. But for God's sake, stop carrying it around. It's just get rid of it, alright? Wait, don't leave me alone, please. I'm sorry, Aver. Please forgive me. If I remember correctly, this sets up one of the stories for one of the harder dungeons later on. Scenes like this have become all too common. That makes a dozen times in half as many days. Now you see why I'm grateful for adventurers of your experience. I can send men like you on a mission without worrying that you might not return. Well, not so much at any rate. Speaking of missions, I would entrust you with another. About a bell ago, I received a message from my counterpart in Ulda. She seeks the services of a reliable adventurer, and you are nothing if not reliable. If you think you might be interested in this task, say the word, and I will be glad to share the details with you. So at this point, we've gone through all 3 city-states, we've set up the memorial service, and now we're going on adventures for all 3 of them to prove our worth. We've leveled up yet again. So you're not averse to taking a little trip? Wonderful. As I mentioned earlier, the request comes to us from the Adventurers Guild in Ulda. Once you arrive, seek out Momodi, the proprietress of the quicksand. Think of her as the Sultanate's version of myself. Chances are she'll send you into the midst of danger, but I have every confidence that you will pull through unscathed. Now off you go. Good luck. Alright, so first, we're going to go ahead and get some better equipment on that we picked up in that dungeon. It is one of the better ways to find gear that you're not going to pay too much for. Kind of sad that I spent some money on those, and then departed with them so quickly, but without them, probably would have taken some more damage. Let's see here. Anybody new join? Go with him. Thank you for joining the channel. Hope you enjoy. My name is Triner276. I'm a variety gamer. Currently, we're playing Final Fantasy XIV. This is patch 5.35. Patch 5.4 drops tomorrow, so I'm doing this a day earlier than I normally do. We are going through the main story quest line. It has changed a little bit. That is not what I want to do. I want to leave this area. And before we continue on with the main storyline, I am actually going to go down to the Gladiators Guild, and we are going to do our quests there. On Thursdays, I usually stream Disgaea 5. It is a strategy tactical RPG. It's a very fun game in my opinion. I don't know if everybody agrees, but I like it. Here we are. Use this Aetherite, and we're going to go right over to the Gladiators Guild, and we're going to pick up our next class quest. Oh yes, it seems my timers are not working. I set up some timers, and they don't seem to be working at the moment. Is that command working? That command's working. I need to set up the timer for that one. Surprising, it's not working. I'll have to take a look more into that in a little bit later. Here's Mylia. This is our guild master for the Gladiators Guild. Looks like we're going to get that sword we were looking for after all. And a choice of some gear that we already bought. Lil Wolf, glad you're here. One of our members has been attacked and gravely wounded. I need you to go help him. I suspect this is the work of more bounty hunters. It may even be a trap to lure more of us into the open. Nevertheless, we cannot ignore our comrade's plight. When last he contacted us by Link Pearl, he said he'd try to seek shelter at the Coffer and Coffin. Take this potion and search for him there. Alright. So we are going to go out to... back to the Aetherite. We're going to go over to the Adventurers Guild. We are going to go ahead and turn in the main storyline quest and pick up our next portion of that quest, because it might be in the same area. Or at least close by. Let's see. So Central Thanalin. I think we're going to end up in Western Thanalin is where we're going to end up, I do believe. Over here at the Copper Bell Mines. That's going to be our next dungeon that we're going to go to. Jump on the table, because I'm a madman. Welcome to the Quicksand, friend. I'm a tad busy right now. If you wouldn't mind showing yourself to... Oh, it's you! And there I was spouting the same tired line. Mione sent word that you'd be reporting for duty. She also made a point of calling you the adventurer of the moment. That ain't no small praise coming from her. But you didn't come all the way to listen to me prattle. Doubtless you're eager to get started, so let's talk business, shall we? Alright. We are already into the next quest. I've already finished a couple of these. Let me go ahead and mark them off. We're actually pulling through these quite quickly, a lot faster than I have in the past, which is a wonderful thing. The petitioner ought to be arriving any moment now. God's almighty, another second under that sun, and I would have been set afire. A tankard of ale, if you would be so kind. It's Papashan again. Hello, Papashan. Excellent timing, Papashan. It just so happens the adventurer who will be handling your petition is here. Oh, why if it isn't my good friend Lil Wolf. Does my spirit well to know that you are the one who will be helping us. Mayhap you'd like to appraise Lil Wolf of his mission? Yes, of course. The petition in question was submitted by an acquaintance of mine at Amajin and Sons Mineral Concern. It relates to an unfortunate development at Copperbell Mines. To be plain, giants have seized control of the place. These giants are of the clan known as the... I can't pronounce that word, and I'm not going to try to. Fearsome creatures who were sealed within the deepest depths of the mines during the bygone Thorn Dynasty. Alas, it seems they have managed to break through the layer of rock which served to imprison them, and now prowl the tunnels where the miners ply their trade. The creatures are justifiably angry about their treatment at the hands of our ancestors, and their presence has forced the suspension of all mining activities on the site. It's no wonder they're angry. Didn't the Thorn Dynasty come to an end over 300 years ago? You know your history well, my lady. The people of that age used the Hecatoncheires to work their mines. By way of enchanted helms, they were able to bind the ferocious creatures to their will. But as is oft the way of such tales, these enchantments eventually failed, and the slaves rose up against their masters. In a desperate bid to contain the unbridled fury of the Hecatoncheires, our ancestors induced the collapse of the mine's lowermost levels. So it was that the great giant revolt was ended, buried beneath 100,000 tons of rock. Well now, that's got me thinking. I seem to recall there being an article about Copperbell in the Mithril Eye a fortnight or so ago. It said the mines were being reopened so as to meet the rising demand for building materials. Like as not, our boys dug too deep and freed the giants. Gods, to think the poor creatures are still alive and kicking after 3 centuries. It's a long time to nurse a grudge. They must be seething. Indeed. That makes them a danger to us all. There will be no mining at Copperbell so long as they remain. For the sake of both peace and prosperity, they must be subdued. This is the task which we would have you undertake. I'll not deny that the mission will be rife with danger, but our need is great. And so I beg you, put an end to this sorry business. And we will do so. Gods bless you. I feared you might have reservations, but I assure you it is for the best. In case you don't know, Copperbell mines are in western Thanlin. Do take care, you hear? Ah, one last thing before you depart. An employee of Amagena and Sons is presently at the quicksand. The fellow's name is Painted Mesa, and he knows Copperbell mines well. It may behoove you to seek his counsel. Alright, we're going to come over here and talk to this guy. Looking for Painted Mesa? You found him. So you're the adventurer who's volunteered to deal with the mess down in Copperbell, are you? You've got guts, mate. I just hope you've got skills to go with them, because things ain't pretty down there. The Hecatoncheires left the place in a right state, and nary a week after mining resumed. I don't know if you know this, but Copperbell was old when the second Ool dynasty was still young, and it was abandoned centuries ago. If it hadn't been for the shortage of materials needed for the rebuilding effort, the concern would never have thought to reopen it. We knew full well about the giants beforehand, but the project went ahead anyway. I mean, nothing could possibly survive being buried under a mountain's worth of rock for 3 centuries, right? Wrong. Our miners dug up more than they bargained for. One swing of the pickaxe too many, and they found themselves in the company of giants. Unless we can subdue them, the nation's glorious recovery will grind to a halt for want of aught to build with. The stone torches are keeping watch over the entrance in case the giants fancy some sunlight and fresh air. One of them will be able to show you the way in. The hope of the nation's resting on you. Best of luck. Alright, so before we do that, we are, like I said, we're going to run out. We're going to take care of our quest for the Gladiators Guild. Unlock some more class abilities, hopefully. Or at the very least, some gear. Oh, where am I going? We're going to go over here, and we're going to go out to, I think it's Horizon. Blackbrush Station. Got to go out to Blackbrush. Alright, Kokobo, going out to Blackbrush. Yes. Miss Linity, pleasure to have you here. I am Triner276. I am a variety streamer. Currently we are playing Final Fantasy XIV, patch 535. I usually stream on Mondays, but tomorrow the servers are going to be down for 24 hours for the 5.4 drop. 5.3.5, or actually 5.3, introduced a lot of changes to the main story quest line, and I'm wanted to come back and experience them, see how well they streamlined them, and so far they have done a bang-up job. On Thursdays, I stream Disgaea 5. It's a strategy-based game, strategy tactical turn-based game on the PS4. It's a pleasure to have you here. Help! Help me! I can't feel my... It's okay, we'll give you a potion. Thank you, brother. It all happened so fast. Over by the tracks to the north. I don't know who attacked me nor why they left me alive, but I dare say the answer is out there. Surely someone saw something. Okay, now we got places to investigate. Fell outside? I saw him stumble in when I left the bar to take a... Was alone, as I recall. You say he's wounded? Thought he was just drunk. Now, usually, like I said, the first thing we always want to do is hit the Kokobo and the Aetheryte, but I took the Kokobo out here, and I'm pretty sure I've already got the Aetheryte here as well. Suspicious characters. Well, now that you mention it, I did see a strange fellow wearing a garish purple robe. At first, I thought he was talking to himself, but then I realized he had a link pearl. Heard him say something about the wrong man and the Silver Bazaar. Does that help? Let me come over this direction. And back downstairs. Oh, we're level 23. We'll go ahead and take care of this giant tortoise. We're out here. Might as well. A few levels off from getting our next ability here. 48, 38, 50, 32. Well, that's one turtle down. Two more that needs to be done before I finish off that portion of the hunt quest. I am not going to join in that fate. Or maybe we are. We'll head over here. Join in this fate real quick. Oh, got a level sync down. This will get us some extra experience. Help out this person over here. Not that they need it. Looks like they are playing a red mage, which is not unlockable until much later in the game, but get us a little bit of extra experience. Go ahead and throw my Iron Will on. Pull the aggro off of them. Hit a provoke. Come entering enemy numero uno here with the provoke ability. And face him away from everybody so he doesn't hit. And I will say that one of the things that my wife has commented on, because she plays with me, is we've both played WoW in the past as well. She seems that the group of people here seem to be much friendlier than over on World of Warcraft. I tend to agree. There seems to be much more camaraderie, but it could just be the base of the game and how everything is intertwined with one another. Cough, purple robe? That sounds familiar. Aye, it was him. I'd swear it. Did you find anything else? Found a ring. Scorpion ring. Picked this up by the tracks, eh? Might well have belonged to the bastard. Can't say I've seen its like before. Might be as Wyman could tell you more. You know him, don't you? He's a bespectacled bloke who always lounging around Emerald Avenue in the city. Of course, being the businessman that he is, he'll probably ask to be compensated in exchange. Show that ring to Wyman. He's sure to know something about it. So at this point, we have to go back to Ul'dah. And like I said, we're going to take care of these gladiator quests and then head over to the dungeon that we're going to have to do. We should hopefully be able to get that mostly done. Where is my Kokobo guy? Come here, Kokobo guy. Ah, there he is, Kokoboki. We're going to go back to Ulda. Do, 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 do. Now, in the early game, you will hear this song a lot, because it is the fastest method to get around other than teleporting. Later on, like I said earlier, I think we're just about, 15 to 20 quests away at the moment? Yeah. We're about 20 quests-ish away from being able to get our Kokobos, and that is after we choose our Grand Company and we can start doing Grand Company hunt logs so that we can get our Kokobo. Because you have to buy a Kokobo license to get your own Kokobo. But once we have done so, once we have unlocked Kokobos, I can use any of the mounts that I have unlocked. Which, at the current moment, if we come down here to the mount guide, I have 11 mounts unlocked. And when I unlock the company Kokobo, that'll be my 12th. Now, a lot of those are because I have bought account-wide items. Now, where is he at? He is over here. Alright, we're going to go down to the main Aetheryte Plaza. I'm wondering if that one quest, It Could Happen to You, unlocks the gold saucer. Ba-da-da, ba, ba, ba-da-da, da, da. Let's go over here and talk to the well-heeled youth real quick. What are you on set? Break anything and I shall be forced to deduct it from your salary. Beg pardon, what is my loyal manservant carrying? Why, a not-so-small fortune in prizes, ably won by yours truly in the gold saucer. You have heard of the gold saucer? Nay? Ye gads, man, you might at least try to keep up with the times. It's only the Sultanate's newest and finest place of entertainment. Thrilled to the sight of majestic birds roaring down the straits at the Kokobo races. Pit your wits against your peers at the triple triad tables. At the gold saucer, one can do all this and more. And if you know what you're about, you'll walk out a wealthier man than when you entered. If there's a better place to shake off one's cares after a grueling day of promenading, never heard of it. Did I mention that the female attendants are particularly easy on the eyes? But I dare say you'd rather discover them for yourselves. Yes, I'll wager you're wondering just how, in Thal's good name, you can experience the wonders of the gold saucer firsthand. Am I right, or am I right? Ha, I have thought as much. Well, since this has been my lucky day, I don't see why it shouldn't be yours too. I just so happen to have a spare golden airship ticket, you see. Consider it a gift from one eligible young man about town to another. Just show the ticket to the lovely girl in the uniform over at the landing, and you'll have a seat on the next airship bound for revelry and riches. Be fairly warned, though. You may expect no mercy from me should our paths cross at the triple triad tables. Nay, not so much as an ounce. Ha ha. Alright, so we're going to hide that quest for the moment. It is a quest to get into the gold saucer area, which we will unlock in a little bit. Why mod? Well now, if it ain't Little Wolf, everybody's favorite venturer. I hear you threw your lot in with the gladiators. Questionable decision, given the events of recent days, but to each his own. To what do I owe the pleasure? Well, let's show him the ring and see what he thinks about that. Oi! Point that away before someone sees it. Where in the 7 L's did you get one of those rings? What? Don't you recognize the sigil? God's damn be fooled. Before you go stumbling around in the brush, you ought to at least know what kind of venomous bastards will be lurking within. Been a long time since Ulda has seen a criminal organization rise from obscurity to notoriety as quickly as the Alacran. Word is they've got connections to the Brass Blades, the Syndicate, and God knows who else. You didn't hear that from me. I want no part of whatever mess you and your mates have gotten yourselves into, understood? Alright. So we're going to come over here, run up this little area, go into the Gladiators Guild, and we're going to go talk to Mila. If I remember correctly, we're actually going to end up down here, if I remember correctly. That's the Pugilist Guild. Go ahead and do a sprint real quick. I do like the fact that they've increased sprint. It used to only be 10 seconds total. Now they've increased it to 20, which is much better, thankfully, especially in the early portions of this game. Alright. Oh, Wolf. I was wondering when you might return. What news do you bring of our injured comrade? He was attacked by a member of the Alacran. The Alacran? I find that hard to believe, but no matter. One of our comrades returned from Stone's Throw moments ago. A gang of bandits is said to be headed for the Silver Bazaar. They're after a man with enormous bounty on his head. The people living there are in grave danger. In their frenzy to find their quarry, the bandits won't scruple to destroy property and harm civilians, and the few brass blades stationed there will be powerless to stop them. We must stop them. Or protect the Silver Bazaar and avenge our injured guildmate, all in one fell swoop. A bit melodramatic, if you ask me. Aldous, told you never to come here again. Couldn't sit idly by while you charge into battle against an enemy you know nothing about. Myla, a responsible guildmaster, would never risk the lives of her charges like this. Who are you to lecture me about responsibility? Myla, listen to me. This is the Alacran you're dealing with. So, whatever notoriety they may have achieved means nothing to me. We'll cut them down like the common bandits they are. It's not that simple. More importantly, it's not your fight. What are you saying? They want me, Myla. I've been fending off assassination attempts ever since I returned to Thanolin. Just stay here and let me handle this. It'll be over soon, I promise. Just stay here while you go off on your own? Is that it? It's been 7 years since I let you leave, Aldous. 7 years. Do you have any idea at all what you put me through? Myla. I don't want to hear it, you selfish bastard. Do you even care about the people who suffered because of you? Just get out. We don't need your help. We'll settle this ourselves. Myla, wait. There's something you need to know. Enough. Get out. Get out. Alright. Save some of that for the Alacran, but do try not to let the Wolf here come to harm while you're at it. Alright. So we need to run down to the Silver Bazaar. And this is one of the areas, if I remember correctly, that had a lot of back and forth in it. And I am really hoping that they cut a lot of that out. Several steps to this little side quest thing for your class abilities. Honestly, a real pain. So I'm really hoping that they cut some of that out, but it's not technically part of the main story quest line, so they've probably left it in. We are going to have to run out there. We do not have the Kokobo point that I am aware of. Just for the heck of it, we're going to pull up our recommendations. I don't think... Oh, there is. Oh, here's a giant tortoise. Let's go ahead and take this guy out. I think we need one more after this one, and we'll get it down on the left. There we go. Now, while we're here, try to fill out the hunt log. I know the other items are all up in this area, so we're going to have to get to them a bit later. Maybe next week on Monday, or on Monday when we stream this again, I'll probably see about picking up the miners or one of the other gathering abilities, and we'll go ahead and start our gathering adventure. Spend a little bit of time gathering and progressing on from there. Alright, this one's a level 17. Start with a shield lob, get his attention. This one's a bit tougher than the last one, he's a higher level. But we're higher than him, so it shouldn't take too much or be too hard to take him out. And our sprint is available, so we'll go ahead and start running. Start doing an auto run. See who's in chat. Let's see, where are we at? Really hoping we can finish Copperbell Mines before we head off and unlock the retainers if possible. I don't know with the Gladiator class quests if we're going to be able to do so or not. We got about 45 minutes left. Might go a little bit longer just to get those things taken care of. New town, new Kokobo Keep. Just got to talk to them, and that unlocks the location. Go ahead and talk to Mila. There you are. Everyone's already in position. Are you prepared? Yes. Max level is 24. We are 23, so we're right on target. And here comes everybody. I am going to turn off my Iron Will. I do not want all these people messing with me all at the same time. We are going to get in here. We're going to do some eclipses. Try to spread the damage out as much as possible. If there is a healer, though, we definitely want to make sure we take those out first, because healers, well, when they're for you, they're great. When they're against you, they're the worst. And there are several times throughout the game that stuff like this will happen. You will go to an area to do a class quest, to do a quest somewhere, and you will get instanced. And during this instance, even if you're in a party, you'll have to be told to leave the party. It's the one thing I dislike. I feel that if you're both on the same quest, I really feel, if you're both doing the same quest, I really feel that you and your party members should be able to do them together. I do understand why you can't, and that's just because it would make it too easy with two adventurers in there. Not to mention a few other probably programmatic problems in their abilities, but it's just something that's always bugged me. It's like, I'm on the same quest. Why can't we both do it? Well, it's instanced. Trying to make sure it's balanced properly and a bunch of other things is probably just a pain. Alright, looks like we got some more enemies here. Humility of the Alacran. We're going to go ahead and take him out. I believe they're hearers, or at least at the very fact that they are caster classes. They do a lot of damage. So we're going to take out this guy here as well. I'm actually surprised. If I remember correctly, the first time that you come down here is not for your class quest. It seems like they've skipped the Silver Bazaar completely in the main storyline, which is quite interesting. Let's go ahead and pop our extra damage here. Alright, there we go. That should be duty complete. Yay, we won! Rejoice, gladiators, for the day is ours. Oh, purple robe. This might not be good. Shocked face. Well, he's evil just by looking at him. What? But why would you be here? Leave him to us, First Sword. No, stop, don't. You're going to die. No, stop. Such brittle blades, so easily broken. Perhaps the First Sword is made of stronger steel? Leave her, Zana. Our business here is over. There is the sister blade to Aldous. What? What have you done, Leopold? First Sword, we must withdraw. The wounded need tending. Let us take them back to the guild. I think she's angry. Alright, we're just gonna return, because it should be back at the Gladiators Guild. So we're just gonna quickly return, hit the Gladiators Guild, turn this in, see if we have another quest, and then we're gonna come out to the Copper Bell Mines and get that taken care of. That should allow us to unlock our retainers, which is going to be great, because we can store things, and we'll be able to sell things on the market. A lot of the things from the beginning of the game, honestly, though, they're not worth a lot on the auction house. Unlike most MMOs that I've seen, where you come back to the beginning areas and you gather a lot of low-level items and people need them for new characters and they're worth a lot of this stuff, for some reason, isn't. Give me a moment. I need to think. I wanted to spare you this, Mila. I begged you not to go. You knew, Aldous? That Leovold had... Yep. Leovold and I once fought side by side in the Colosseum. The twin swords of Nalthal, they called us. Never lost a match. Honored by the bull of Alamigo himself. That was then, and this is now. When I learned Leovold single-handedly transformed the Alucron from a gang of common thieves into the most feared criminal organization in Thanlin, I knew I had to return. Seems like a lifetime ago that the three of us used to train together in this hall. The Leovold I knew would never stoop so low. He was a good man, strong and true. What would drive him to do this? When I find him, I'll be sure to ask. Fortunately, he seems determined to kill me for my curiosity. What aren't you telling me, Aldous? I'm not clever enough to keep secrets, my dear. I'm a simple man, only capable of dealing with what's right in front of me. Is that so? I'll find him, I promise. Bye. Alright, looks like we have some options. Looks like we're going to get a sword and a shield, which is great. We already have the Iron Cuirass. We've already got the Seta, the Gauntlets. We already got most of these. Now, the little yellow dot in the corner means that the things are dyed yellow, which wasn't my favorite color to begin with, so I'm glad I bought them free. Nightingale, if you could whisper me what the love check does, I'll see about adding it or seeing if I need to turn it on. Alright, so it does look like that we need to be on level 25. Yes, level 25 for the next class quest, so we're going to go ahead and run out and try to get the next dungeon done real quickly so we can unlock our retainers and be able to do some storage stuff and whatnot. So we are going to go back to the Adventurers Guild. We are going to go out to the Steppes of Horizon. The only reason I use the Chocobo is A, the music's not too bad to me, but 2, it's 5 gil here, and it's like 100 and some gil to teleport out there directly. This early in the game, you have very limited resources, you have very little gil. It kind of progresses a little bit as you continue along, but not by much. Gil is actually rather hard to come by. Running dungeons and getting gear to sell is about it, but a lot of the beginning gear really, it sells decently, but it's not great. To really make money, you need some of the more in-game items, and we're just not there yet. You'll play with it later? Tinker, tinker. Now, once again, one of the things I'm going to do is right when I get around to this edge right over here, I'm just going to go ahead and dismount. I don't need to go all the way to the city. I just need the Chocobo to get me out here faster than usual. So I'm going to dismount. Chocobo's going to run away, and I'm going to run over here to deal with the Copper Bell Mines. Now, once again, I'm going to go to my friends list. I am going to invite Lady Ariston to the party. Wonderful wife that she is has agreed to help me with these low-level areas. Now, as you can tell, she's question marks right now, which means she is not in the same area I am. Which she doesn't have to be. It'll take her from wherever she's at. Alright, we're going to go ahead and Stone Torch. There's been an incident inside Copper Bell Mines. We are here to ensure that its effects are contained. But for your own safety, I suggest you stay well away from here. What? You're the adventurer who's volunteered to quell the Hecaton cherries. I didn't think that Papa would be able to find someone so quickly, if at all. The giants are content to wreak havoc inside the mines for now, but it's only a matter of time before they think to come outside. The sooner you see to them, the better. Make ready as best you can and enter at will. So we now have the Copper Bell mines. Go ahead and stretch a moment. Get ready for this. It's not very intense. There's a couple of new mechanics in here that we'll cover as we get to them. We're going to go ahead and join, and once again, healer tank combo. You'll queue up almost instantly every single time. Be very beneficial for some of the later dungeons. And there we are. Alright, we're going to go ahead and get started. Turn on my iron will because it fell off. Make sure I grab everybody. Spriggan, I definitely want to start with him. He's a bit of a pain. Now, Goblins are going to do something called Shatter. Definitely want to stay out of the range of that. Spriggan does, well, he casts haste on himself, but there's also a jig that he does that hits fairly hard. Sealed blasting door. It's locked tight. Where is our copper sand? There it is. Tiny key. Somebody has it. Thank you. Common mechanic is they block your way with doors and things that need seals and other objects to get through them. It's not a bad way to do it. You guys are facing the wrong way there, buddies. Alright. I'm gonna rush out here, grab these two. Again, try to face them away, make sure that they're... When they jig, they don't jig towards people. So we got what appears to be a Lancer. He's a melee DPS class character. Hey, come back here. Stop doing that. And we've got a Red Mage, which as you can see, does a lot of damage and can pull aggro off. There we go. So I'm just going to sit here. I'm going to spam some Total Eclipse. Make sure I keep that aggro nice and high. Make sure nobody else gets them. Looking at you there, Red Mage. And once again, as I've explained in the past, if you're just tuning in, we are going to avoid any of the side areas. We're just going to run straight down. We're going to get to the end of this as fast as possible. And Romp is that ability that those... There we go. I was wondering where it was at. Here's one of the giants, which I cannot attack yet. Come on. Nope. Nope. You want me, not them. Go ahead and do our extra damage spell. So, I think as I explained before, we're starting off as a gladiator. Much later in the game, once we hit about level 50 and progress the story far enough, we're going to switch over to the Mechanist. He is a gun-wielding, physical, ranged DPSer. For the first half, or not the first half, for the first expansion, A Realm Reborn, I know most of the dungeons well enough to tank them fairly easily. I've ran them multitudes of times on other characters. But in the later portions of the game, after some of the Realm Reborn stuff, once we start getting into Heaven's Ward and some of the other expansions, I'm much more used to taking a backseat and doing some range damage than I am for tanking. Not to say that I won't tank them, just that I'm not the greatest at it. So to make things a little bit easier and to stream a bit easier, I'm just going to go ahead and do a ranged DPSer. Now, on top of that though, however, that does mean that later on, queue times are going to be much longer. It's going to take us 15-20 minutes at times. If Dragon Rat or Lady Ariston is nice enough to join up with us, that time will be cut much shorter. Healers are always in high demand, and it is always a great thing to have a healer with us that we know that we can trust. And here we go. We're going to keep running on. Now we are going to have to run down and pick up this fire sand. It is needed to get through portions of the stage. Go ahead and take care of this little thing. Just real fast and quick. Start picking up the fire sand. Alright, there we go. I think somebody's picking up the next thing of fire sand. Yeah, we need 12 ounces. There it is, up top here. I have to go pick it up. Then they can add it. So even if you pick it up, if you're not the one that has to use it, anybody can take care of it. Go ahead and activate the blasting device. And here is our first quote-unquote mini-boss area. Each stage usually has 2 or 3. This little thing over here gets much longer later on. This is a funny little place. You gotta kill a bunch of these little guys. They're gonna come from all over the place. You kind of got to keep an eye on them. You don't really. They're fairly simple to kill. The last one, though, will be a bit rougher. And of course, our mages are taking care of them post-haste. Really simple. Mages are maging. Healers are healing. It's another wonderful day in the neighborhood. Which one's coming out? I think it's one of the... Yeah, it's one of the bombs. Bombs are rough. After a certain time, if you don't kill them fast enough, they will self-detonate and pretty much kill you. But our wonderful red wizard, or red mage, took care of them. Some of the later characters, later classes from later on in the game, even at low levels, are quite powerful. One of the exceptions to this is the Astrologian healer. The only reason I say that is at low levels they really don't have a lot. They're quite hard to heal with. Your white mage and your scholars are much better. They're from the base game and they heal much more easily at the lower levels. Astrologian has a bit of a bump in the road. They're not as easy to play at the beginning. Now here comes our actual mini-boss. This is Kotos. He is a giant. We are going to provoke him, make sure he's locked on me, nobody else. He's going to shield up, and we're still going to kick his butt. It's not going to take long. It's not hard. We got a red mage. They're dealing a ton of damage. And there we go. We'll come over here, get our tiny key. Get our treasure coffin. Go ahead and greet everything we can greet. Pass on the things we can't. We're going to go ahead and start taking care of business again. Hey, come back here. Didn't say you could leave. Now, one of the things that, even these low-level weapons, if you greet them and you can turn them into your grand company for seals, that is great. We're going to be getting into that a little bit later when we actually unlock our grand companies. We need you on the thing. There you go. He was probably doing an item comparison, make sure that it was something that he needed or if he could just greed. Easy enough to do at that point, because there's nothing in the way. We weren't fighting anything. And by not stepping in the one place, we couldn't continue without him, so we weren't going to leave him behind. That is something that happens in some of the later dungeons. People will leave you behind. It is a sad, sad thing. Which one has the thing? We're going to go to the left first. Why? Because they have that Spriggan that likes to run around. Hey, no, come back here. Come back. Where are you going? Come on. I am your target. You will fight me. We're going to focus on this blasting cap. We do not want it dying by killing us all. There we go. And we do need this fire sand. Not one. Alright, somebody else is picking it up for us. There is a treasure coffer back here. We're going to go in here. There's no enemies. Pick it up. Maybe get another item. Go ahead and greed. And we'll head across the hall. We do need 2 pieces of the fire sand. We need to go kill this other blasting cap so we can get the fire sand to get through the next doorway. Come on, Errant Soul. Oh no, come back here. Where do you think you're going? That is an issue with having a later game person. They do outdamage you sometimes, and even as the tank, you sometimes can't keep everything that you need. And he's already got the next piece of the fire sand. There's no chest in there that I'm aware of. We are going to go ahead and... Alright, he's already interacting with that one. Do the blasting cap. And poof, we're allowed to go through. We do need this fire sand. We'll go ahead and pick it up. The next little mini boss is a bit rough. It's a jelly. It is a ooze or goo or whatever you want to call it. We're going to keep him right near this blasting device. We cannot damage him. It just doesn't work. We do, however, want to grab the blasting cap. Come back over here. Come on. Thank you. I want to do enough damage for him to start exploding. There we go. Unfortunately, I got hit with that, so I'm going to use a high potion just to help out my healer a little bit. And we're just waiting for that device to kick back up so we can summon another bomb. Get the next blasting cap. There are some Spriggans that are also coming out, but they're being killed. Come on, there we go. I'm going to stand over here just outside the orange circle, let it blow up. It's going to blow up all of our Ichors. And we just rinse and repeat. I do want to pull them a little bit closer this way. That way it's not as hazardous for me. Now, if I hold X, I can click on things. I don't need to, though. Everybody else is going to handle it. Got the blasting cap already. Need to make it explode. Spriggan back there would kill it off, or try to kill it off. And we do not want that. There we go. Now he's going to explode. Poof, he explodes. And now we should be able to do damage to them using some AoE spells or abilities and knock them all down, and that will complete this little area. And there we go. Now we are going to want the fire sand. Now, one of the things they do is they always put this treasure chest the direction that you need to go. So you always know which direction you're leaving the little boss areas. And for this, we're going to hit greed. We do not need it. We're going to come around here. We're going to start killing this stuff. We are going to do this the shortened method way, in my opinion. out of the orange stuff. From here, we're just going to drop down here, get these living fossils, start attacking them. I'm going to come to the other side and turn around. That way if they attack in my direction. I always want to make sure that you see the ground. See? That way you can get out of the way of things. Come over this way. There's a treasure chest in that back corner. We don't really need it though. Shield lob this guy. Keep him interested in him. Your shield lob actually does increased enmity on your next. I think it's your next attack, or it just does it with itself. Just make sure that they really stay interested in you and not somebody else. Provoke does the same thing. It immediately puts you as the highest member on their aggro list. That keeps them interested in you. So we are done with this little area. We're going to come through here. Yep, no matter what, you seem to always get these two enemies, no matter what. I have tried everything under the sun to try to skip them. It just does not seem to work. Down the tunnel we go, and we're already at the last enemy of this area, the big boss, the big baddie. And he's not going to last too long, as soon as we watch this little intro. Slaves no more! Free! Free! Oh, why, sir, that is the big, mighty big hammer you have there. And may I have it? I scream real loud. I am bad. Alright. Time to kick said butt. We are going to immediately do our damage up. We're going to lead him so that he's no longer facing the bad, or to our friends. We're just going to start hitting him as hard as possible. Again, this guy summons ads. He's going to walk over here. He's going to break a wall. There's nothing we can do to stop this. But we're going to ignore everything else. The first guy that comes out is going to go make another hole in the wall, and then I think the next guy out of that one makes another hole in the wall, but by then, this guy's already going to be dead, and it's not going to matter. And everybody knows this. We all just ignore him. Turn him this way a bit more. Make sure it's a bit easier for the Lancer to get his positionals in. And stay out of the way of the overpower ability. Colossal Slam. Which is not even blockable, it just happens. And there he goes. And we're already done with this one. I'm going to watch this little scene. Hopefully they're still there afterwards so I can give a player commendation. I didn't get a chance to the last time, but we will see. The duty is complete. Hey, yarr. Well, it looks like I got stuff. I think they have already left. No player commendation. We're going to give it to the the Lancer. It's the other one that I was expecting to go for. If I need that. That's a good improvement. I do not need that. We're going to read that. Oh, I've already possessed that unique item, so we're going to go ahead and pass on that one, actually. And we are going to go ahead and equip up, then. Looks like we got some better stuff. I forgot to equip up when I finished my Gladiator class quest. And we are done with this dungeon. So, that is now the Copper Bell Mines that we are done with. And we get to go do the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, where we will unlock the Retainer's ability, which is a wonderful thing to have. We're going to report to Painted Mesa. We're going to go ahead and return to the steps of Thal, or Ulda, because that's where we're going to need to go. He's over in the Adventurers Guild, and it's quicker and faster just to warp back. Let's see how much we can get done in the next 17 minutes. I might call it a little early, might go a little bit late. We're going to see what happens. Do, do, Go ahead and disband our group for the moment. And here we are. Oh, there's a level sync for some reason. This will be interesting. The Conqueror of Copper Bell returns. Thanks to you, our mining operations can resume, and Ulda will have the materials she needs to rebuild. The entire nation's in your debt, friend. I'll share the good tidings with Papashan the next time I see him. As for you, you'll want to report to Momodi. It'll do the woman well to see you're alive and in one piece. Don't know why that's instanced. I don't know. Oh, maybe there's more explanation coming then. No! Oh, off we run. Shut your mouth, you thieving little swine. You stole from me. Don't even think to deny it. Please, sir, I didn't steal nothing. I bought this, paid for it with me own coin. What rot. You refugees are all the same. Couldn't afford maggoty mole meat, much less a choice cut of dodo. I'm going to say it one more time. Give back what you stole, or I'll make you wish you'd never set foot in this town. I guess this is why it's instanced and synced. By rights, I should turn you over to the Brass Blades, you know. Help keep the streets safe for law-abiding citizens. But I'm a reasonable man. If you agree to serve me in whatever capacity I require, the authorities needn't hear of your crime. He sounds like a bad man. I want to do him harm now. But I ain't done nothing wrong. 12 is me witness. So the 12 are, they're religious. They have 12 gods in Eorzea. Please, adventurer, help me. I beg of ye. I swear on me mother's grave I didn't steal nothing. I bought this with the coin I saved. I only wanted to treat me children to a decent meal. And who the hells are you when you're at home? The dog's master? I've had enough of this murmur's farce. You lot, teach them a lesson. Well, this should be fun and interesting. Loading, loading, loading. Alright, and we're off. Let's go ahead and take some Iron Will. Go ahead and have it on just in case. Like I said, anytime that your level synced or synced down, they're going to remove your Iron Will. It's just a precaution in the game. No way around it that I know, though I have heard of some weird glitches where sometimes things stick. One poor guy on the interwebs was talking about how his Iron Will or his Grit or something from his tank stuck when he switched over to his caster and went into a dungeon. And yeah, well, you see what happened was could not stop pulling anything off of the tank at all. Tank was having so much troubles, but he was dealing with somebody else who had the same type of buff on him. He had the tank buff, which is enmity will be increased. That means you get all the people wanting to do damage to you. And when you out-damage everything because you're a mage, well, the things happen. I ain't getting paid enough for this. Hey, where the hells do you think you're going? Thank ye, kind adventurer. Thank ye thrice over. Droop Dog. Ice Wizards. And let's do this host raffle. Thank you for joining. It's a pleasure to see you. My name is Trinner276. I am a variety streamer. Right now we're playing some Final Fantasy XIV, patch 5.35. In 5.3, they made a lot of changes to the main storyline quests, and I wanted to come back and check them out and figured I'd share the experience. On Thursdays, I play some Disgaea 5. It is a turn-based strategy tactical RPG. I hope you sit back and enjoy, and thank you for coming. I'd swear there were more refugees than when last I looked. you wouldn't be mistaken. But it's been 5 years since the calamity. Why are they only coming here now? It's simple, really. While a number of hamlets survived the immediate aftermath of the calamity, many were no longer able to support their communities. The residents found their lands had either been rendered barren or cut off from trade routes, and problems like those aren't easily solved. Though they tried to make the best of it, it was only a matter of time before they were forced to abandon their homes and seek a new life in the city. I see. But the calamity affected the whole realm, didn't it? Is the same thing happening in the other cities? The talk is true, yes. Though perhaps our situation is more pronounced, Ulda has a reputation for being prosperous, so it's natural that the refugees would try their luck here first. My heart goes out to them, it truly does, but I would be lying if I said that I wasn't apprehensive. I hope their presence doesn't foment lawlessness in the city. Well, if things do take a turn for the worse, we always have the immortal flames. I dare say the brass blades would welcome their help. The heroes who fought the Garlean Empire patrolling the streets for riffraff? It may well come to that. Impoverished and desperate as they are, you may be sure that some of the refugees will turn to crime. You know what this place is like. You've no coin, you've no hope. Sigh. What will become of our city? Not all refugees are bad, mind you. Some are able to find employment and lead honest lives. Dodo tenderloins. Get your dodo tenderloins. Guaranteed cheapest in Thanalin. Thank you for your custom, madam. Please come again. Looking around, you'd think that Ulda was well on its way to recovery. But peer through the veil of prosperity, and you'll see no end to the misery and suffering. Sir? Are you alright? Well, what now? You mean to threaten a defenseless citizen? What? Saw her by the meat, you say? That's absurd. Aye, as did I. Leave the poor woman alone, you damnable vulture. Who said that? Grr, I will overlook this, but just this once. God's bless ye, adventurer. If ye hadn't come along when ye did, who knows what that monster might have done? I don't bear thinking about it. All's well that ends well. We meet again. Pray do not mistake my intent, for it is always honorable. But I have been watching you ever since you departed Ulda. You played the part of envoy to perfection, confident as a man on a diplomatic mission should be, yet unfailingly courteous to your betters. And when your travels led you into the midst of danger, you faced it without so much as a flinch. You, my friend, are quite a marvel, and I confess to being somewhat in awe of you. Ah, but my lavish praise continues. Most of all, I was struck by your readiness to aid those in need, even when words were all the reward you could expect to receive. Such selflessness is a rare thing in this day and age. All of which leads me to conclude that you are indeed the one whom I have been looking for, an adventurer possessed of a very rare set of qualities. To be sure, your rescue of that damsel in distress was more of a happy accident, but rescue her you did. That is what matters in the end. I feel I should mention at this point that I also harbor a burning interest in a certain talent of yours. Speak of your visions. You have been experiencing visions, have you not? Well, it just so happens that I know a woman who shares your talent and can help you to understand it. She and I belong to the same organization, and we should both be delighted beyond words if you would agree to join our cause. Naturally, there are benefits of being part of such a collective. For one, We should be glad to assist you in realizing your potential as an adventurer. You need not give me an answer now. Think upon it, and if you feel moved to help us, as I pray you shall, speak with Momodi, the ever lovely and youthful mistress of the quicksand. Tell her the scions of the Seventh Dawn have found their man. She will tell you where to find us. So this is where the main storyline really starts to pick up. You've proven yourself, you've gone through a few dungeons, and this starts the Scions of the Seventh Dawn arc. It really starts into the main area. We shall see about things. We're going to go turn in this quest. I'm really hoping we can get the retainers before I have to leave. I might go a little bit over my 9 p.m. time clock. Scenes like that are becoming ever more common, I'm afraid. Don't worry, though. If you work hard, you'll probably be alright. Saying that, if you ever find yourself in a spot of bother, come and see me. Just don't go pestering me every time you graze your knee, eh? Of course, I do enjoy hearing tale of a gentleman's woes with the womenfolk from time to time. Still spouting the same old stuff, huh, Momodi? Ah, sorry to keep you waiting. I was just providing guidance to a fresh-off-the-carriage adventurer. But gods, it's good to see you safe and well. To look at you, no one would ever guess you'd been hard at it with giants in the dark. Never doubted for a moment that you'd succeed, of course, and neither did Papashan, which ain't to say he won't be overjoyed. Oh, before I forget, there's a lass here who wants a word with you. Didn't actually know your name, but hearing her description, I knew who she meant right away. Thank you for sparing the time. I realize you don't know me, but I've been longing to speak to you for a while now. My name is Edda. I'm an adventurer like you, though I'm not very good at being one, if truth be told. Anyway, I was adventuring with my friends in Gridania I'm sorry. We were in Gridania when the leader of our party was killed. His name was Avir, and he and I were to be wed in the spring. You may not remember him, but to say that he remembered you would be an understatement. He would sing your praises from dawn to dusk. He saw you for what you are, you see, an adventurer's adventurer, and swore that he would be like you one day. I believe that he would have succeeded had a fiend not robbed him of the chance. Since that day, I have thought long and hard about giving up adventuring. But when I think of the man you are, of all that you've achieved, I find that I am inspired, just as Avir once was. And so I've decided to start again as an adventurer. I will go back to the village of my birth and begin my training anew. But I wanted to meet you first, to ask your name. Little Wolf Ariston, I shan't forget. Thank you. I pray that we will meet again. Fare you well. Adventuring can be cruel, bleeding business. Time was I didn't know why anyone would bother. When they first asked me to take charge of the guild here, I didn't want aught to do with you lot. Thought it'd be a right pain in the arse looking after you all. But against my better judgment, I decided to accept the post, and I'm full glad I did. I feel privileged to be a part of your lives. That goes double for yours, Little Wolf. Eh? What did you say? You want to know about the Scions of the Seventh Dawn? They're beginning to move in earnest, then. Listen, Little Wolf, the Scions ain't no ordinary folk, and the work they do ain't no ordinary work. I know full well how capable you are, but even you would think twice about attempting some of the stuff they do. Knowing that, if you're still certain you want to get involved, I'll tell you what I can. And we are now level 25 and can accept our next gladiator quest. So you want to know more, then, do you? Well, ain't that a surprise. I swear if I painted certain death on one door and limitless wealth on another, 9 out of 10 adventurers would go through the first. The other bloke wouldn't be able to choose on account of being Uldon. Anyway, don't say I didn't warn you. First of all, if you're wondering whether you can trust these Scions of the Seventh Dawn, you can. They're good people who have made their mission to solve some of Eorzea's most pressing problems. Of course, that ain't no small task, so they're always looking for dependable individuals to join them. Individuals like you. Now, I've been given leave to tell you where to find the Scions, but you must promise to keep this information to yourself. As you can probably imagine, it's something Eorzea's enemies would very much like to know. Scions are headquartered in Vesper Bay, out in western Thanalin. The place you're looking for is called the Wakened Sands. Give your name to whoever's at the entrance, and you'll be let in. You're a man in demand, Lil Wolf, and the days ahead promise to be busy. But I hope you won't forget your old friend Momodi. Drop in and tell me how you're faring from time to time, you hear? Alright, well, I've said my piece. Off you go. So it does not look like we're going to get to the part where we get to unlock our retainers. We're going to go ahead and heal up our equipment and go ahead and sign off for the day. I was hoping, but I don't know exactly how far down that quest line everything's going to be for getting things taken care of with the retainers. So we're going to go into our inn room. And we're going to go ahead and lay down and call it for the night. As soon as we do, I am going to try to find out who we are going to want to raid. Who is live at this moment? Or anybody on? Alright, we've got the Dentist TV. Looks like we might be raiding him. He is currently playing some World of Warcraft. So we are going to go ahead and raid the Dentist. And we are going to want to raid... Hope everybody's had a wonderful time, and I will catch you on Thursday if you wish to join. Again, my name is Trainer276. I am a variety streamer. And why are you not hitting enter? Thank you. So, I hope everybody had a wonderful time, and I will see you next time in the lands of Eorzea.